Good afternoon and welcome to the July 12th meeting of the Santa Rosa City Council. I apologize for the delay. Madam City Clerk, could you announce the roll, please?
Let the record state that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Combs.
Thank you. And Councilmember Combs will not be phoning in from her vacation this afternoon, so we will have a 6-member council this afternoon. Moving on to closed sessions, Madam City Attorney.
Instruction was given to council during closed session.
Thank you very much. We have no study session this afternoon, and we have 3 proclamations, 2 retirements, 2 bittersweet retirements. I guess in a sense it's a celebration, but it's also has an element of sadness attached to it when people depart that have done such outstanding work for our community and our city organization as well. The first one is the retirement of Chuck Regalia, Assistant City Manager. And there he is, with family. Patty? I'll be reading the proclamation. Chuck, why don't you come down, and you could be joined by family and are you sure? Don't start arguing in front of the council. There you go. I have no problem with that. That's okay. Whereas Chuck Regalia has loyally served the city of Santa Rosa for many years. His employment began with the Community Development Department as a senior planner in 1974, when the city's population was 82,300, which has subsequently grown to the current population of more than 175,000. And whereas Mr. Regalia's talents and utmost integrity were recognized as he was promoted to Deputy Director of Planning in 1989 and Acting Director in April 2005, to Director in September 2005, and to his present position as Assistant City Manager in 2014. And whereas, during his tenure and under his leadership, Chuck was instrumental in the development of a wide range of planning documents covering a variety of topics, including the Railroad Square Plan in the mid-1970s, the Core Area Development Plan in 1991, the Santa Rosa Creek Master Plan in 1993, and the Southeast and Southwest Area Plans in 1994, the Santa Rosa Plain Ecosystem Preservation Plan in 1995, the Hillside and Ridgeline Study in 2001, Nexus Studies for Impact Fees in 2002, Community and Municipal Climate Action Plans in 2012 and 13, and the award-winning North Santa Rosa Station Area Specific Plan in 2012. And whereas Chuck was able to provide insight and guidance in 6 of Santa Rosa's 8 general plan revision programs in 1978, 84, 91, 96, 2002, and 2009. And whereas Chuck has cheerfully and expeditiously taken on many tasks and challenges assigned to him, and he has led the city's efforts in Roseland, including consideration of annexing 714 acres of unincorporated county islands into the city, development of specific plan for that area, and one of the most robust and comprehensive community engagement processes utilized by the city. And whereas Chuck's door was always open to everyone, council members, developers, staff, and residents, now therefore be it resolved that I, John Sawyer, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby recognize and thank Chuck Regalia for his positive influence on the lives of all Santa Rosa citizens through genuine integrity and community leadership, for his broad legacy of professional accomplishments, for his compassion and innovation, and especially for devoting nearly 42 years of dedicated service to the city of Santa Rosa and the community at large, signed by me on this date. Congratulations, Chuck.
While Chuck collects himself, I just wanted to say that last week we got to hold a Chuck roast here in this chamber. And it really was a phenomenal moment of sharing and joy from city staff. And my first phone call that I received from the city staff was from Chuck, and he was already helping me 2 months before I was actually on the job. And I think that that's a testimony to how Chuck operates on every level as a person and as a professional. And it's been like a whirlwind for the last 2 years, but he's been a rock in the city. And I know he's going to continue to remain involved. In fact, staff was passing out volunteer opportunities for him at the meeting as we were having it.
Sean, thank you very much for those kind words, and I very much did appreciate the Chuck roast. It was very nice to hear from my colleagues and be able to talk to a number of them at the meeting. After 42 years, or almost 42 years, I'm surprisingly just filled with appreciation for the opportunities that I've had. Various councils before this council, but particularly this council, have offered me or given me the opportunity to serve in many ways, and I really appreciate it. I thank you for that opportunity, and I'm going to still be here. I want to help wherever I can as a private citizen. You have a really good staff here. I respect Sean tremendously, and Gloria and the rest of the staff. I'm getting to know Teresa, and we have a real winning team here, and really have the ability to do some great things. As I leave, there's another two people that I'd like to thank, and that's my wife, Patty, and my daughter, Allison. You know, Allison she's only 27 years old, and I've been here a lot longer than that, so there's a lot of, I started this a lot longer before Allison, so, and there's even just before the meeting, I was talking to a couple of planners who, you know, weren't even a gleam when I started working here, so. Anyway, thank you for the opportunities that I've had here, and I know this council and this staff are going to do great things in the future, so thanks again.
One of the things that Chuck used to tell me when I was on the council in the early years, and even before I was on the council, was he would say, "I know too many people." And it had to do with everyone would go to Chuck with whatever issues. And land use, there's lots of questions about land use. And if there's one thing that creates a lot of confusion in the community, and it affects our residents and in many ways when it lands on your doorstep. And oftentimes it is land use that brings people to the council. And it's the one thing, and having never been a planning commissioner, Chuck was always there for me, answering the questions. And when I would have a constituent that would have a problem, and I couldn't answer it, of course, because I didn't have the experience, and Chuck was there doing his best to get the questions answered. They weren't always what the constituent wanted to hear or what I wanted to hear, but he was always very upfront and tried his best whenever possible to come to a reasonable solution. And I will always thank him for that. I really appreciate that, Chuck. It is a loss to our organization to have you retire and to our community, but you have served well and no regrets. Thank you so much for everything you've done. Very much appreciated. Next proclamation, Dr. Ruben Armiñana.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a comment on the last proclamation? I just arrived
Not now. I'm moving on.
Apologize for being late, Chuck. Really has it that way.
Doctor. Whereas Ruben Armiñana has faithfully served Sonoma State University for 24 years, from 1992 to 2016. And whereas in 1995, Armiñana was early pioneer in requiring students to have 24-hour access to computers and technology. This resulted in rewiring the campus center network and building a software library to accommodate that requirement. And whereas, as a visionary, Armiñana saw the need for a one of its kind program called the Wine Business Institute, which focused on the business of wine, finance, and marketing, and provided support, funding, and opportunities which benefited the students and the wine industry worldwide. And whereas Armiñana created the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute, known as OLLI, as a unique learning community for adults aged 50 and older, distinguished SSU faculty and other Bay Area educators enjoy sharing their expertise with OLLI students, whose life experience and intelligence enrich the exchange of ideas. OLLI at Sonoma State University is now one of more than 100 OLLIs nationwide. And whereas, with his wife, Marnie Olson, lost my place, looking up to see Marnie, and 1,200 community members, Armiñana's vision of having a world-class concert facility on the Sonoma State University campus became a reality in 2012 with the Donald and Maureen Green Center, Music Center fully opened. It houses the 1,400-seat Joan and Sanford I. Weil Hall, 250-seat Schroeder Hall, and teaching-focused music education hall. Yo-Yo Ma, Wyland Marsalis, and Diana Ross are just a few of the notable performers who have graced the stage since its opening. And whereas Sonoma State University's residential communities are not typical of college dorms, rather most are suites and apartments, and have been praised by the Princeton Review as dorms like palaces. Sauvignon, Beaujolais, and Tuscany villages were constructed over a 15-year period, doubling the amount of housing on campus to 3,100 beds. And whereas an academic opportunity for students who wish to attend college locally was presented to Armiñana to local middle and high school children. Those students at Santa Rosa's predominantly Latino Lawrence Cook Middle School and Elsie Allen High School, who meet minimum requirements, are guaranteed entrance to Sonoma State University. Now therefore be it resolved that I, John Sawyer, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire council, do hereby express our sincere and heartfelt appreciation after his 24 years of distinguished service to Sonoma State University, the County of Sonoma, and the State of California, to Dr. Ruben Armiñana, signed by me on this date. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you very much, much appreciated. Marnie and I have been residents of the city of Santa Rosa from the very day we came here 24 years ago, and we remain residents of the city, and we're very happy and proud of that. In your proclamation, you mentioned wonderful things that I did, but I'm going to tell you a couple of things in relation to my involvement with the city of Santa Rosa that you probably don't know, since most of you were not around. Soon after I got here, somebody knew that my area of expertise when I was more in the academy was in city government. I had worked for the mayor of the city of New Orleans. And they asked me to serve on an advisory board, I think it was, about reforming the city charter of Santa Rosa. I have a very checkered history of failures in dealing with city charters, and Santa Rosa was no different. I made a proposal about how to change the participation of city council between some who represented the city at large and some who would be by districts. I could not get a second to my proposal, which didn't surprise me since I met my wife when she wrote the letter who fired me from a non-paying job advising the city charter reform movement in the city of New Orleans, which, by the way, it never got changed. Therefore, I want to let you know that my history with the city is starting with failures, but I am really delighted that during the last 24 years, the university and the city really became very close to each other, and we have cooperated in many areas. And I look forward to see that relationship to continue. Again, thank you as one of your residents.
Well, Ruben, your name will never be associated with failure in this community. Thank you very, very much. Congratulations, Marnie. The next proclamations for the Santa Rosa Junior Hockey Club Association State Championships. Come on down. Councilmember Wysocki has this proclamation.
Filling in
Closer,
front. It's
closer.
just like you go over the boards for a line change.
Right
in between.
Right in front of the cameras. There you go. Fill it in. Fill it in.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Sweathelm, for allowing me to read this as a parent of a participant in the program. It gives me great pleasure to read the City of Santa Rosa proclamation, whereas the Santa Rosa Junior Hockey Club, known as the Santa Rosa Flyers, Pee Wee B 12 under, and Bantam B 14 under teams just completed a very successful season, earning first place in the 2015-2016 California Amateur Hockey Association State Championship at Sharks Ice in San Jose the weekend of April 8 through 10, 2016, and whereas the Santa Rosa Junior Hockey Club has a storied history of providing high-quality youth hockey to families in Santa Rosa and throughout the Redwood Empire since 1963, their home ice is located in Santa Rosa at the Redwood Empire Ice Arena, also known as Snoopy's Home Ice, and whereas the Santa Rosa Junior Hockey Club has won the Northern California Youth Hockey Association NorCal Championship 8 times, and the California Amateur Hockey Association Championship 7 times in its history, and whereas the Pee Wee B 12 under ended the season with a 28-8-3 record, defeating the Pasadena Maple Leafs for the CHHA Championship, winning the Lake Tahoe Invitational Tournament, and coming in second in the NorCal Championship, their home tournament, the Wine Country Face-Off, and the Endless Hummer Tournament in Valencia. And whereas the Bantam B 14 under ended the season with a 25-14-3 record, defeating the Stockton Colts for the CAHA Championship and a second-place finish in the NorCal Championship and fourth-place finish in a very competitive Cactus Cup tournament in Phoenix. And whereas the players, coaches, and parents spent countless hours at practice, traveling to and from games and supporting the team, and all of this while keeping up on their schoolwork. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, John Sawyer, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire City Council, commend and this is very good, the Santa Rosa Junior Hockey Club, Pee Wee B and Bantam B teams for winning their respective divisions at the 2015 California Amateur Hockey Association State Championships. John Sawyer, July 12, 2016.
Hi, I just want to say thank you on behalf of the club. I'm Chris DiNardo, the president of the hockey club, and we're very, very pleased to be here, and we appreciate the support of the city and also of our local ice arena. And I also just want to say the main reason that we do all this, and it does take a lot of time, effort, and money, is because it really has an incredible impact on the boys and all the kids and their development as young adults. So we appreciate all that support, and thanks for recognizing that achievement. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations.
I think the coaches would just like to say one quick thing for
Absolutely.
each team.
Hi there. I think Chris pretty much echoed our sentiments, is that we're just very appreciative to be recognized by the city. Definitely want to thank all the parents and everyone involved in the club with all the time. A lot of volunteers go on behind the scenes a little bit that enable these things for these guys to happen. So it was a remarkable year. They don't happen very often with us getting state championships, so when they do, they're a pretty incredible run, and it was a fantastic time, and we appreciate being recognized today.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, you guys. Well, that's one great way to open a city council meeting, I would say. That doesn't happen every day. We have no staff briefings this afternoon. Mr. McGlynn, anything to report?
Yes, I do. I'm waiting on something.
All right.
But I'll start off. A couple things. Captain Ray Navarro recently completed post-command college. The primary goal of the command college is to provide enhanced leadership, strategic and critical thinking skills in order to prepare the law enforcement leaders of today to lead into the future. The course material is graduate level work, and other law enforcement leaders from across the state. Ray is the 5th Santa Rosa police manager to graduate from the program. So please, also a little recognition for Ray. Water. We are in the midst of refinancing outstanding wastewater debt to save our ratepayers over $12 million over the remaining life of the debt. And as part of the process, we made presentations to Standards & Poor's and Moody rating agencies. Standards & Poor's upgraded our bond rating from AA- to AA and praised the system's operations and management. This is the praise. Based on our operational management assessment, we view the city to be 1 on a scale of 1 to 6, with 1 being the strongest. In our opinion, this indicates the strongest alignment of operation to organizational goals. And so we really commend the water team for that recognition. On July 27th, the City of Vallejo's city staff will be here presenting to CAB members on their experience with participatory budgeting. They will share their journey to adoption of this community engagement tool as well as lessons learned. And now it's my pleasure to recognize someone from our team who's been recognized by someone outside, and that would be Officer Ken Karstensen. Ken, can you come on down? I had the pleasure, I send out a monthly brief to the staff, and I profile one of the city staff members in that monthly brief, and Ken was one of the profiles because of the work Ken has done in the field. Have a seat, Ken. Ken was instrumental in a couple of events. Ken saved a young girl's life after a collision of an accident at Coddingtown Mall, and he resuscitated her. And in addition, he's a member of our hostage negotiation team. And just a few months ago, he negotiated a young adult man who was living at home out of a very dangerous situation, and got him to come out of his room in his house and seek treatment. And so Ken is an example of really how our law enforcement team really engage with the community and provide support for the community. And I don't have it with me right now. I thought I would. But what is really exciting is that the San Francisco Giants, one of the things that Ken said in his things he would like to see happen is he would like to meet Will Clark from the San Francisco Giants. And while Mr. Clark couldn't be here, the San Francisco Giants got wind of that wish, and they supplied him with a signed baseball from Mr. Clark. And I would just like to read from the letter and congratulate Ken. On behalf of the San Francisco Giants organization, I would like to congratulate you on your accomplishments within the Santa Rosa community. You have been a great role model and leader for over 18 years. You've clearly demonstrated the mission, vision, and values of the Santa Rosa Police Department through your tenure. Enclosed is a signed Will Clark baseball to let you know we appreciate your support and loyalty. Thank you for your service and contributions you have made to the community. Thank you, Ken. Thank you. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. McGlynn. Madam City Attorney?
I have no report, thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving to abstentions. Statements of abstention. Council members?
I'll be abstaining on item 11.2.
Right, thank you. Any other council? Seeing none. Moving on to council members' reports. Mr. Corsi.
Just a quick report on yesterday's monthly meeting of the Sonoma County Transportation Authority and Regional Climate Protection Authority. The draft of the Comprehensive Transportation Plan, which is a 25-year document looking at our aspirations and needs transportation-wise for the county through the year 2040. That draft was released yesterday. There's an open house to familiarize people with the draft and take comments on the draft tomorrow evening at 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock at the SCTA offices on Mendocino Avenue, 490 Mendocino. And we're looking at an adoption of that plan on September 12th. We also looked at some strategic plan programming for Measure M for 2017. Approved a new 5-year programming document for that. More significantly probably is a strategic plan policy amendment of Measure M. And Measure M is a 20-year sales tax. It was projected to bring in $470 million for transportation in Sonoma County over that 20 years. The recession has taken a hit on that, as it has on everything else, and that number is lower now. We're looking at about $430 million. And some projects that have been programmed into Measure M are going to be left out in the cold. And some of those are in Santa Rosa. We've had long discussions between our staff and SCTA staff about this. It's not something that comes as a surprise. We are working to possibly move some of those funds around. But essentially, the projects that are ready to be done first are going to get done first. And so our Transportation and Public Works folks will be working on that in the future, no doubt. Also, we adopted the Climate Action Plan 2020. This is, we've had presentations on this at the council. It's a good step forward for the entire county. Our climate action plan has been in place in Santa Rosa. Prior to this, it is now incorporated into the countywide plan, and everyone is on board. And just finally, it was reported that the merger of Metropolitan Transportation Commission and the Association of Bay Area Governments is done. It is effective July 1st. And they're working in their new building on Beale Street in San Francisco. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Corsi. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Just want to report out that yesterday I had the opportunity to welcome the attendees at the Santa Rosa Plains Sustainable Groundwater Management Workshop. Again, this was the second public meeting in our, you mentioned the water staff. They did a phenomenal job last night, along with the Sonoma County Water Agency, educating the public and offering an opportunity for input. As many are aware, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act has some aggressive timelines, and this is keeping us on course to achieve those. So very well attended. It's great to see that much public input. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also will be abstaining on 11.2 as I was absent that day. Did attend latest board meeting of Sonoma Clean Power. I have requested a presentation to the City Council for plans by the agency to expand to Mendocino County. It came down a lot quicker than I was and others were led to believe. I invoked weighted voting for the first time in the agency's history regarding that issue. It will have to be an amendment to the Joint Powers Agreement, the JPA, the Joint Powers Agreement, to effectuate that issue. As it's not on the agenda, I don't think I can say much more, but it will be coming before us. I'd be happy to give you a more complete report at that time. The ad hoc subcommittee, did any of our members want to talk on the SMART and city attended as a member of the public? I'll yield to your thoughts on that, but I was there yesterday, very informative. Medical cannabis, I will leave for my colleague, Councilmember Oliveros, who was the interim chair of that meeting. That's my report.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Oliveros.
Thank you, Mayor. Very briefly on the medical cannabis subcommittee, we did meet on the 7th, and coming to council sometime in August, I believe, will be phase 1 updated zoning code interpretations for council direction and approval.
Thank you very much. We did meet the Economic Development Subcommittee met yesterday. Reasonably short agenda, but a couple of the highlights. We also discussed medical cannabis in our meeting and the impact that it has on commercial developments. It was a little bit of a surprise, actually. Even though the majority of the conversations are happening in a different subcommittee, I did not expect there to be a conversation about medical cannabis at our Economic Development Subcommittee, and there was. And there are impacts, and we will continue to hear impacts, good and not so good, on the community as we move down this path. It was interesting to hear the concerns of one of our fairly large commercial endeavors here in Santa Rosa, an industrial business. And so it is interesting to see, and at times alarming to see the various impacts as we move through this. We also discussed the importance of economic development in the city of Santa Rosa, and we will be looking at maybe perhaps a change in our frequency of the meetings and the nature of the responsibilities of the subcommittee, and that will be reported on when staff and the subcommittee comes back together in a couple of months. So there's a lot going on, and I will be reporting out more in the future. And I think that's it for my report. Did you want anything to report to or to add, Mr. Corsi, on the Economic Development Subcommittee? Oh, yes, thank you very much. Something that's just, I don't know how that could slip my mind. The SMART subcommittee comprised of myself and Councilmember Corsi and Councilmember Carlstrom and Supervisors Zane and Rabbit and Councilmember, it's going to go out of my head. Deb Fudge and Eric Lucan, Novato. And we got the first presentation of the development that is proposed for the SMART site here, or the rail, the property that is directly adjacent to our train station, which is, it's a large site. It is a very ambitious development and exciting to see the first proposal. and we are looking forward to it moving along as quickly as it can, as it will set the tone on a number of levels, both architecturally and also economically in that area throughout the downtown and our community and perhaps the region as well. So it was a great meeting, and it was very informative, and we will be taking a tour actually very soon of some of the other developments that this particular company has been in charge of. So I'm looking forward to that. And a trip on the train, which I have yet to do. I've only heard the horn. So thanks for reminding me of that, Mr. Corsi. We have 2 sets of minutes to approve, those of the June 14th and 15th regular and the regular adjourned meetings, and June 21st regular meeting of the council. Any changes to those minutes as they were presented to us, council? Seeing none, we'll accept them as presented. Moving on to consent, Mr. McGlynn. Actually, before you start, I'm going to announce our city attorney will be abstaining from 12.4. So we could either, is there any reason to separate any of these items, council, at this point? Seeing none, so what will happen is the city attorney will just need to depart at that point, and if you could explain the nature of your abstention.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be, I have a conflict with 12.4. That is an ordinance establishing the salary and compensation and benefits that refers to the contract that the city has with Rennie Sloan, which is the law firm that I work with. And so I have a conflict, and I will need to leave the room when you consider that item.
Okay.
So it sounds like all of the consent items will remain, so I'm going to go ahead and leave. Assistant City Attorney Molly Dillon is here if there are any issues with 12.4. Otherwise, I will be back in a few minutes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry. Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Before we move on to the consent calendar, does the clerk need to record mine and Councilmember Wysocki's abstentions on 11.2?
Yes, actually,
Thank you.
thank you. Thanks for that reminder.
Item 12.1, motion, professional services agreement for financial audit services, Macias, Genie, and O'Connell LLP. 12.2, motion, reauthorization of the overhire of up to 6 positions within the police department in fiscal year 2016-17. Motion, Fourth Amendment to Professional Services Agreement, Speak Right. Item 12.4, ordinance adoption, ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa establishing salary and other compensation and benefits for the law firm of Rennie Sloan Holtzman Sakai LLP as interim city attorney.
Thank you, Mr. McGlynn. Council, questions? Mr. Wysocki.
Actually, I have a quick comment and a thanks to our CFO, Debbie Lautner. I was planning on opposing the 5-year contract, and she responded that it's a 5-year contract at our option. We can, at any time, withdraw from it, so it's not an open-ended contract.
Good, thank you. I do have one card. Mr. Hilbert. 12.4. Hold on a second, Mr. Hilbert. I want to make sure your mic is on.
It's on.
There it is now.
Okay. So anyway, I'm going to level a sort of an objection here to the structure of government and things like that. I'm getting hundreds of dollars in fines and threats with liens on my property. And, you know, it's from the fire department, even though I live outside the city limits. So I want to, you know, go on the record now as saying that, you know, I think it might even be possible that city, at least some of you might want to direct your city attorney to, you know, initiate litigation against me and, you know, put a lien on my property, which I think some of my neighbors have had things like this go on.
and to the extent that my tax dollars will be paying to carry the city attorney on the payroll, I resent that. The way I look at it is people paid with the public money should be thinking of themselves as public servants, but it's more like, the city wants their money, and it's the job of the city attorney to serve the interests of the city, and the citizens can very easily be on the wrong end of that. It offends me that they end up getting stuck with a bill on top of it. So I'm going to object to any of my tax dollars paying this city attorney, and I think it's an adversarial situation. I don't like it.
Thank you, Mr. Helper. Those are all the cards I have. Bring it back to the council. Mr. Vice Mayor, you have this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would move consent item 12.1 through 12.4 and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second, and your votes, council. And I have 6 ayes. Thank you very much. I will, it's right exactly straight up 5 o'clock, move to our first public comment period of the evening. Mr. Hilbert. Yes, we'll get it set up for you. Just take a second. Hold on one second. Your mic needs to be activated as well. Hold on, Mr. Hilbert. Okay, you're set.
I didn't realize these two would be so immediately following each other. But anyway, way back when Veronica Jacoby was on the city council, I was complaining about how I was threatened with fines in June for, inadequately, mowing the rural property. As I guess all of you probably know by now, I actually live outside the city limits on rural property. And so one of the things is I got just a whole heck of a lot of flowering vetch, which is a common thing you see out there with the purple flowers that grows on fences and stuff. And, butterflies and bees enjoy that stuff. And, it lasts longer than ryegrass. And, this is a farm-type property. It lasts longer than ryegrass and oats and stuff, and it can stay green till the end of June. So you can incur fines, theoretically, by not mowing them to city ordinance standards, which is a questionable issue. But even while it's green and it's feeding the bees, and I remember Veronica Jacoby, who's an ardent environmentalist, seemed kind of offended by that. You shouldn't be mowing flowering plants while the bees are on them, just to satisfy the fire department. So now things are just, escalating and getting, kind of, as far as I'm concerned, disgustingly weird. And these guys, ride around, snap the digital photos, and just, you get your thing, your violation. Are you seeing my violation? Yeah, anyway, that's the thing that says, I'm getting the bill in the mail and all that stuff, and it can become a lien on a property and what have you. So I'm expressing to you that there's lots of concern about, multitude of issues. It's just, I think it's overreaching. The majority of my property was in fact mowed, and there's even a bigger property that wasn't mowed at all, and they said, well, that's not visible from the street, so we don't photograph that. Well, I find that to be ridiculous, but because there's a big field behind me that wasn't mowed at all, and nothing's going to be done about that. So there's a legal issue there as far as equitable application of the enforcement. So there's a multitude of issues. I've also had nesting turkeys, which rely on grass to protect their eggs because they nest in the tall grass to protect from the raccoons and what have you. And, you know, there's all kinds of things like that. There's also potential for salamander habitat and all this. And so I am upset about the situation. I would like to see it resolved in a more civilized fashion than just bills and liens and litigation and stuff like that.
Thank you, Mr. Hilbert. Dwayne DeWitt. Colleen Fernald.
Good afternoon. I'll lead my comments with a quote from my daughter, dearly departed, murdered daughter, Charlotte Anna Molinari. This is from, I think, when she was about 9 years old, assisting me with the work to inspire an end to unconstitutional wars of choice. She says, from school project, I have a dream that Bush would let peace be all over the USA, like no wars, saving the rainforest, and no weapons. I want the USA to be peaceful so the world can be a better place. Charlotte knew that it was going to take the leadership from this country and every city in this country, every state, every county, to say we do not support unconstitutional wars of choice. Because each and every one of you, I'm here not for public comment, I'm here to testify. You're committing fraud. You swore an oath to uphold and defend this. It says quite clearly only Congress declares war. I told you Barbara Lee, Congresswoman from Oakland, has a resolution to stop unconstitutional wars of choice. There's a resolution right there to be passed. Where's the support from Congress people representing you? Where's your letter of support urging them to support that? Because can the city of Santa Rosa export your tax dollars to go to pay for more unconstitutional wars of choice around the world that clearly aren't working? Now, 2008, I was the campaign manager for Dennis Kucinich in this region, ready to get the rights to the song Peace Train for his Whistle Stop tour. Imagine the world we'd have if that had been the case, that he stayed on the ballot. But instead, Hillary lied and Americans died. And there's reason to believe, to know, when it's investigated, Hillary Clinton had a hand in obstructing the justice that caused the murder of Charlotte Anna Molinari. And as I'm exposing those facts given to me by Mark Kelly, telling it to your police department, they told me obstructing justice wasn't a crime. So we got to do something about that, because when the U.S. Attorney General, the head of the FBI, exonerating these people without a thorough investigation, how are your tax dollars going to keep going with all that fraud? So I'm going to invite everyone to take a look at the movie called Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. Have you seen it? It's a true story by Tina Fey about her embedment in the Afghanistan war from 2003 to 2006.
Peter Chernoff.
So a lot of good information in that movie to help inspire you to uphold your oath. So no more damage is done. Thank you.
Good afternoon. And there is no doubt in my mind that those up there on the dais and elsewhere will be upholding their oath once the people stand up as spiritual warriors, set free the innocent, shut down the entire West Coast until these corruptors in D.C. and Wall Street are toast. And then for the first time, we will be no longer under martial law. For we all know the world is a war zone worst ever we saw. I flipped on the TV before I left this morning, and there was Charles Bronson, Death Wish. I wonder, a lot of us have a justice wish. We wish for all kinds of things, but we're really not willing to grant it to those that we're able to, the animals. Death wish. I wonder if the former 4 wives that were murdered of that officer Peterson in the Midwest, who's now in prison, had a death wish. This morning, I seriously noted a tremor in the force, sufficient to alter changes of course. Yet again, the majority continue to neglect the spiritual reality of cause and effect. In California, be 90,000 sheriffs and cops, yet they alone corruptions can't stop. For in this most powerful state of this nation, be 255,000 state-sanctioned thieves known as the Bar Association. And Jerry Brown just arranged that 65% of all medicinal greens and grows, into the pocket of these thieves it all goes. Been given the second baptism, it be that of fire, as a pyromaniacal arsonist, it be guaranteed to go higher. But by burning out the poor to make room for lawyers and high-tech corporate computer geeks, be an arsonist. I'll now reveal the name of a Tri-City arsonist. Get ready for the peaks. His name, from the Mission District arsonist and also in New York and Los Angeles for the last 40 years, from Prana Investments, the owner, Peter Larson. Yes, he makes money and burns for the thrill, and it's been more than rumored that for insurance monies, 12 wives he has killed over a period of 38 years, causing so many fears, and so very protected by his most curious peers. So, we all have more than 3 to 4 reasons for the general strike, and so I'll invite you all one more time until I get it right. On the full moon tune, July 18th, be a most beautiful day. I command, yes, I dare say, for California spirit warriors to report onto the Oakland port and shut down this West Coast until all these corruptions are nothing but toast.
Elizabeth Nealon.
Hello. Whoa, yeah, I'm here to have fun. That's why I come, that's why I do everything I do pretty much. And as I told a little boy at Lola's this morning, you can't have too much fun. And I believe in that, I do. I was a preschool teacher for 20 years, so I mean, I really believed in that, and those kids blessed me with their energy, which I use every day to do my thing, you know, the blessings of that energy. I have a sign at home that says American Empire, 10 million slain. I'm going to do a new one that's going to say 10 to 20 million slain, because I heard that we killed 3 out of 10 Koreans during the Korean War. And I have no idea what the death toll of the African Americans that we stole out of Africa, like, you know, the careless treatment of the blacks from Africa. Probably millions died in the ships. I have no idea, really. But then again, the incidence of genocide of the Native Americans was and is the largest incidence of genocide in the history of the planet. And so I'm here to talk about a couple small issues. I don't consider chemical landscaping by the city of Santa Rosa really a small issue. 49 square miles, you have an area that you don't want to have, you know, weeds and other plants growing. You put this chemical on the ground. You know, we have too many chemicals in our environment, and chemical landscaping is not safe. Especially not for the nice little plants that it hurts, you know. But anyway, the treatment of the poor, and especially regarding water, which maybe you believe, maybe you think that water's the gold of the 21st century. The way we've been treating the planet, you know, I mean, our water supplies are, well, anyway, we know that it's not cool what we've been doing to the planet, and the wars are not cool. Let's see, so specifically I'm making reference to a tap that used to be outside the Bennett Valley Senior Center on the west wall. It was there for 20 years. But somebody, abused the privilege of using the tap, and they capped it off, and it's not there anymore. And basically, as a person that walks the streets of Santa Rosa quite a bit, I know where the free faucets are, and I've been harassed by one officer who told me he was harassing me because I was trespassing on fire union property, firemen's union property. Well, the real reason he was doing it was to intimidate and control the poor and to disenfranchise them from the water supply. The last thing I'd like to mention is the graffiti abatement people. That's a First Amendment right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Nealon. Mr. McGlynn, 14.1.
Sir, I put in a card,
And you were called.
and I'm here to stand up and say I'm here.
Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to use the overhead if I may. Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. This is a copy of the charter back in 1994 when the council was increased in size from 5 members to 7 members. The idea was that it would help to involve more of the public and have more diversity and, in general, perhaps make a more responsive governmental system here in Santa Rosa. So below that is something from 1996. Evelyn's Ranch on Stony Point Road was what it was called, this project here. But I've highlighted that this property across the street, which was recently downzoned from that multifamily use of R318, and during that hearing when that occurred, it wasn't mentioned that there were also other sites like this along the way, and that we need more of this type of housing. And so the reason I bring this up now and point it out to you is because what's been occurring, even as we talk about our housing difficulties for a quarter of a century, that the outward presentation hasn't been matching the inward substance, if you will. We talk, we say, yeah, we're going to deal with that, and yet the problem has worsened in a much more, just exponential way that people would not have expected. And I believe that actually involving the community in a better manner could be helpful on this. You just had a discussion yesterday with some proponents who want to put housing in next to the railroad. And I stood up and advocated for even more. I said, yes, let's go ahead, get started. We're talking about it. And it's really important because this week on Thursday, at the Planning Commission, there's going to be a public hearing about a project that actually would limit some of the housing that possible could come in over in Roseland. And it's really sad in a way because the station area plan in the past was put together and people spent time and money from our local government here to try to make it better to get more higher density, transit-oriented development housing in close to that station. And this specific project that'll be coming up, I'll take this off, is on Roberts Road. And the idea would be that perhaps it might serve maybe a couple hundred people when it could actually serve perhaps hundreds upon hundreds of people living there in a better situation of being workers who use the train. We're lacking the comprehensive input we need. I hope you folks will reach out, you'll involve your community engagement team, and you'll begin to let us actually have a more responsive government. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Mr. McGlynn.
Item 14.1, Report, Community Advisory Board 2016-17 Work Plan. Jaime Pereira, Community Engagement Director, and Tanya Nerith, Board Chair, presenting.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. Maybe we should lower the...
Thank you. Ms. Carlstrom.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. Very excited to present to you CAB's work plan for 2016-2017. A lot of progress has been made in the last 8 months, and we're very excited to share that with you today. You may recall also that we had a series of meetings to talk about the role of CAB, and also CAB members have been thinking about ways to be more efficient, more effective, and more intentional about aligning the goals of the CAB with the City Council's goals. So hopefully you will see that reflected in the presentation today. So specifically, CAB, as you know, has duties and responsibilities that they need to fulfill. One of them is to identify on a yearly basis at least one issue of concern. So there's been plenty of issues that CAB members have identified this year, and Tanya is going to be talking about that shortly. Also, CAB's responsibilities, one of them is to gather input, bring people to the table, provide feedback to staff related to capital improvement projects. You may recall that back in January, we had a series of meetings. We learned a lot from that process, and we have a series of recommendations moving forward. In terms of participating in neighborhood planning meetings, CAB is required to participate in at least 4 of those meetings. This year, we have 8 town hall meetings being planned that CAB members will be an intricate part of the process. In terms of strengthening the public involvement process, that's manifested through the work that the CAB does, either helping us implement the open government ordinance or helping us with providing input about the website. In terms of building community, it's interesting to know that Resolution 28174 calls specifically for CAB members to work with a community engagement program. That's what it was called at that time. So pleased and excited to know that today we have a department, an Office of Community Engagement that more than anything else is a catalyst to talk about open government and transparency and collaboration and participation. And lastly, the responsibilities of the CAB related to the community improvement grants. Tanya will talk a little more about that, but we've made a lot of progress in terms of aligning those grants and in terms of aligning the desire of the CAB to help the community with the goals of the council. In terms of aligning the goals specifically, for instance, for goal number 1, what the CAB has done is created a subcommittee that will help us articulate messages around the Housing Action Plan. And so that is under goal number 1, as you well know. And so the community's ability to know what's going on, in, at least from a CAB perspective, in terms of the Housing Action Plan is manifested through goal number 1. In terms of providing leadership for environmental initiatives, the CAB, for instance, undertook last year the creation of community gardens. So we'll talk a little bit about that as well. For goal number 5, improving the partnerships with the community. Like I mentioned before, we have a series of 8 town hall meetings planned. And for goal number 6, going back again to the subcommittee for the Housing Action Plan, there's an element related to the homelessness situation that will be addressed by the CAB from a communications standpoint and making sure people understand what the plan is all about, but also gather feedback from the community, which in turn can be turned back to staff. Most recently, we also have the Violence Prevention Partnership from a safety standpoint come and present to the CAB and also explain to them the scorecard. So the idea is to utilize the same data points that other groups are utilizing throughout the community and making sure that we're intentional about where the resources are going. So such just brief examples of how the CAB is working in alignment with the goals of the council. So without further ado, I wanted to introduce our fearless CAB chair, and under her leadership, we've accomplished incredible things. So thank you for your help.
Thank you, Jaime. Good evening, Mayor Sawyer and council members. It's really a delight to be here with you this evening, especially much earlier than the last time I was here. I think it was like 10:30 or 11 o'clock at night. It was dark out, so it's nice to see that it's still light out, and appreciate this opportunity to present our work plan to you. So tonight I'm going to share briefly about our accomplishments over the last work plan period, talk about some lessons learned, and then go through briefly the goals that we've set in the work plan for the year ahead. So in terms of our accomplishments, we obtained your authorization to approve the community improvement grants, and this next cycle will be our first year doing that. Last year, we awarded 20 community improvement grants. We completed a community garden. We hosted 5 capital improvement project community outreach meetings. So I think a theme that you'll hear from us both in our accomplishments as well as going forward is that the group has really, I would say, exponentially increased its outreach, its involvement in the community, and its results, which I think is very exciting. We also helped host 5 open government community meetings and look forward to helping more with that in the coming year. And we also assisted in the recruitment of Jaime and the new community engagement coordinator. So before I proceed, I want to give a big shout out of thanks to Nancy Manchester and Liz LaCourcy, who provided the CAB outstanding staff support over the last year while Jaime has been coming on board, and we've really appreciated all their support. I also want to thank the very high energy and committed group of CAB members who I have the privilege and honor of serving with. They are truly an inspiration and really all of the work behind what you see here tonight. And then also want to thank and appreciate Jaime and welcome Danielle to the team. It's great to have a community engagement coordinator with us. So moving on to lessons learned. So one lesson we learned is that the more we include members of the community, members of the public in the work that we do, the stronger the bonds and the better results that we achieve as a group. So an example of that is we've started adding and inviting community members to join our subcommittees, and that's been a great help in expanding the work that we're able to do. We learned that our goal this last year of creating 5 community gardens was ambitious. So this next year, you'll see that we've backed it down just a bit, but we still have an ambitious goal in that area. We learned that the meetings that we conducted to do the outreach on the capital improvement program and process were great, and we need to start that process much sooner because it takes a lot of outreach and work to organize those meetings and to get members of the community to be able to attend. And then lastly, every year we think of ways to improve the grant process, so we're going to continue working on improving the outreach and the process for those grants. So that's an ongoing activity for the group. So in terms of our work plan for the year, and these tie back to what Jaime was sharing in terms of the goals and the major responsibilities that we have. And I should note that we have already formed subcommittees that are ready and actually starting to work on each of these items on the work plan. So first, in terms of identifying issues of concern to residents of the city, you'll see that we have 2 proposed for this next year. One, as Jaime mentioned, we want to do all that we can as CAB members to work with staff and council in getting the information out about the Housing Action Plan, involving more community members in that process. And so if you look at the detailed work plan, you'll see that we have quite a few tactics and strategies that we're going to undertake to support that. And then I mentioned previously that we had the ambitious goal of creating 5 community gardens last year. Since we didn't meet that goal last year and there's still a great deal of interest from the community and the board, we've decided to continue our focus on community gardens. And this next year we propose to create 4. And if we're not able to create 4, to understand why we're not able to do that. So we've set our goals high there. Next item. In terms of budget priorities for the capital improvement projects, we'll take what we learned in the first round of community meetings that we held last year and facilitate an even stronger public involvement process this next year. And we're planning to begin those meetings in September or October of 2016. In addition, we want to develop a participatory budgeting-like process for neighborhood roads, and we've already started working with Jason Nutt and his team on that process, and I believe you've heard a fair amount about that as well. And we see that as a great way to learn more about how the participatory budgeting process works and how we might be able to expand that in the years ahead. Our third item is kind of the bread and butter of our work plan, if you will, and that is our ongoing participation in neighborhood planning meetings. So in addition to various meetings that CAB members attend in the areas that they represent and with community groups that they're connected with, we plan to host at least 7 town hall meetings, and those will be planned in the fall of 2016. We want to collaborate with the Volunteer Center to contribute to a master list of community outreach events, which will then strategically identify CAB members to participate in. So that's what we intend to do in this area. And then our next item is the strengthening the public involvement process. And so the first item we want to work on here and continue to work on is to ensure that CAB members have the tools and resources they need to effectively outreach to the community, to let folks know about the CAB. We still run into people in the community who don't know who we are or what we do, and so we want to continue to work on that and get the message out about the board. And then the next couple of items, we want to really take a look at the Open Government Task Force report and work with Jaime and his team to engage the community in the Sunshine Ordinance, Open Government Ordinance that he's working on, and then look at other task force recommendations that might be good to implement, and then again work with Jaime and his team to make those recommendations in terms of other areas to focus. And then finally, we want to participate in the development of the new city's website, so we plan to be actively engaged in that. And the next item, I think this is our last one. In terms of the building community and the community improvement grant program, we plan to continue proactive outreach. Now, you may recall that last year we held a series of community meetings that was focused on doing outreach for the grants, and we decided this year that our time would be better spent in having CAB members actually go out and participate in community meetings, whether they be in churches or neighborhood organized meetings, and share information about the grants through that process. So we're doing it a little bit differently this year. We also want to raise awareness of past projects that were funded, because we find that's a really good way to generate ideas and interest in the community if folks can see what's already been done with the grant money. And then we also plan to attend community events to help promote the grants. So I think that brings me to our conclusion, which is that we recommend by the City Manager's Office, Office of Community Engagement, and the Community Advisory Board that the Council, by resolution, approve the Community Advisory Board's fiscal year 2016-2017 work plan pursuant to resolutions number 28174, 28442, and 28685.
Excellent. Good report, both of you. Council, questions? Before Mr. Wysocki.
I'll second that. Thank you for your work and good report. Town hall meetings, which I think are a wonderful idea. How are we outreaching the community or the neighborhoods that these town hall meetings are scheduled to? How are we notifying the residents?
Yeah, we have a communications plan that incorporate a variety of different outlets. First and foremost, the CAB members will help us with the communication of the meetings. We have specifically and strategically selected 8 locations throughout the community, different times during the day, including a couple of them on a Saturday. We heard the feedback from the community. We heard the City Council last time we talked about this. So we'll utilize social media. We'll have ads. We'll get in front of a microphone, a TV, wherever we can go to get the word out and make sure people attend those meetings. So throughout, based on the plan that we have and the locations and the communications plan, we're hoping that we're going to attract an audience to come and listen to us. Now, the agenda items, besides the CIP process, maybe we'll take advantage of that opportunity to talk about other things, including, maybe the website, the Sunshine Ordinance, and a variety of other things that we can talk about.
And thank you, I appreciate that. If the certain neighborhood doesn't have a city facility available or close by, how are we going to reach that neighborhood to have a town hall meeting? For instance, the West End, we could easily go to DeTurk.
Yeah. Not all the facilities are city-owned. So what we've done is partner, for instance, in the Roseland area, we're utilizing the Boys and Girls Club, the library right next to the dollar store. We're utilizing schools. So they're not only the city facilities.
Great, that's good to hear. And then lastly, are we also emphasizing that the town halls are informal so families can come if they have small children?
Yeah, we've talked about that. We have a work plan that outlines that. In fact, we have a subcommittee that is helping us with the CIP process / town hall meetings. We've talked about some simultaneous translations. We've talked about daycare, providing food in an effort to attract more community members to the meetings.
And then lastly, why this year do we feel that we need to start the CIP, the Capital Improvement Program, outreach sooner? That program's been ongoing for quite some time.
I think part of the logic is by the time we conduct the meetings, it's a little too late to incorporate the feedback into the plans. So the idea is to collect that input and that data early on in the process so that the projects incorporate that feedback in conjunction to other methods that they have to collect that data. So the CAB staff felt that in January was a little too late for us to start the process, and that's precisely why we wanted to do this in the September-October timeframe.
Yeah, we'd also like to spread it out over at least 2 months because we jammed all the meetings into 1 month, and it was pretty challenging for staffing.
Just 1 week, yeah.
Well, I appreciate your efforts, and Chair Unruh, I appreciate your service, and I do see one of my appointees, Chris Rogers. I appreciate your service as well.
Mr. Oliveris.
Thank you, Mayor. I understand we have a new community engagement coordinator. Is that person that's here, perhaps maybe an introduction? I have not met this person yet.
Yes, she's here today. Danielle Ronshausen is joining us from the county in a similar role, in a similar capacity. She has a bachelor's degree from Sonoma State and a master's degree in public health from Minnesota. And so she's coming to us with a lot of energy and enthusiasm and hit the ground running. There's a lot of things that we are working on already, so I'm pretty excited to have her.
Great, thank you. Welcome, Danielle. I wanted to talk about capacity because there's 14 positions, I believe, with CAB, and you're doing a lot of great work out there, but I worry about capacity. And I guess I'll move into the area of public involvement and community engagement that you talked about, because that is necessary to maintain that. And as we need to, even as council members, to appoint new CAB members, we want to make sure that we continue to help the community understand who you are and that they have a role to play. Can you share with us any upcoming strategies and how we're going to do that? How are we going to continue to engage the public, gain that public involvement, educate them, and along with that would be our community engagement as well?
Yeah, and that's one of the concerns we had. We have a highly engaged group of people that are well respected in our community, that want to help, that want to be at the meetings. We've always had quorum. All the CAB members are in subcommittees. And so you'll see them tomorrow at the Wednesday night market. They're all over the place, and they're very enthusiastic, and I'm just, I think, honored to work with them side by side. Having said that, we also need to be realistic about the work that we need to do and be strategic about that. So what we've done is allocated space in the agenda to talk about progress with the subcommittees and also keep track of the things that are falling through the cracks, if you will. So we are aware of that. We know the very ambitious group of people, but we're also realistic. And so stay tuned.
Thank you. And again, we can do what we can to help you, again, to continue to enhance that awareness in the community about CAB, because I would like to see a day where we have a waiting list of people wanting to sign up and join, right? And so that involves all of us in getting out there and educating the community on the values of having the CAB and the role that they can play as well. So thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I do also want to applaud CAB's efforts. This is one of the more detailed reports, and the motivation that I've seen of members of CAB has been greatly increased from previous editions that I've participated with. I do have a couple of questions about some of the town hall meetings. Was there any discussion about, I saw here where the goal was 7 town hall meetings. Rather than doing 7 town hall meetings, we wanted to double the number of the people we contacted. So I think there were some outreach efforts by CAB where 30 community members, I think there was 5 meetings, we have 30 or 40 people. I guess because I think not knowing what's the most effective strategy. If we're focusing the goal on the number of meetings versus the number of attendees, it might change the focus of CAB trying some different strategies. Were there discussions about that or thoughts about using that as a
Definitely.
measurement for success?
Yeah, so we had that discernment around of the number of meetings, and I think the idea is to increase both. Last year, when we did them back in January, we had all the meetings in 1 week, and it was right after the holidays. We didn't really have enough time to advertise the meetings. We did what we could at that time, and so learning from that experience, the idea is to have CAB members have ownership of each of those areas, and they can be the hosts of each of those meetings. So that's the way we're working this time. So I think this time we have more time. I think we're more strategic about the locations and the times and what we're offering and the topics. and I think that starting earlier in the process is just going to help a lot.
So, and I appreciate that. I would just really encourage you for, maybe next year to take a look at it, see what the numbers happen. If maybe, you could say, hey, we're going to have 50 meetings, but if you only have 50 people show up, because I think what the intent of that community outreach is to actually reach members of the community, and that's based, in my opinion, not on number of meetings, but the number of actual constituents contacted. Just offer as a suggestion, maybe a different way of looking and measuring our success. But I really appreciate it. It's a very comprehensive report, and there's a lot of action items there, so I'll be anxious to hear the progress as we go through the year.
Just to elaborate that a little more, the CAB members have placed an item on their own work plan that says analytics. Yeah. And so what they want to do is keep track of the people that are attending. How do we increase the number? Because we're going to be as good as our last meetings, and so the more people that are able to attend the meetings, the better.
Yeah, and I saw in the work plan too, made reference to using the volunteer center, and I would just encourage you to use, there are a variety of other established groups, like I know the police department has Neighborhood Watch, we have the COPE program. Use other existing communication structures that are already in place that maybe can leverage some of those resources. But great work.
Mr. Corsi.
Thank you. Thanks for this report. And I just want to appreciate the enthusiasm that I'm hearing from members of the CAB board. It's a different board, I think, even though its members may not be a whole lot different. The feeling that I get from the work that's being done is very positive. And I think that we're at a place where CAB can actually become the effective and important board that it was envisioned as when it was first created. So I really appreciate that. I also have a couple of questions about your capacity to do what you're proposing in this work plan. And I think it's a great plan. I hope you get to everything on the list. But when you talked about what you weren't able to do in this past year, you're layering on even more and more in the next year. And I know you have every intent of doing that, but I guess what my question is how are you going to prioritize to make sure that certain things get done even if you can't do everything? And I think it's really important to know that up front. So do you want to address that?
Well, I actually think that's a great question for me to take back to the board. Hopefully I'll be able to bring back to them that the council has approved our work plan, and then we can have that next discussion in terms of how we might prioritize the efforts. And I think we'd look at factors like support for council goals. So I think based on the energy and probably the number of strategies and tactics that have been identified, the housing area is one that really, I think the whole board just feels passionate about. And so I think that would be one that would probably rise to the top over some of the others. But the group, they don't want to say no to any, I mean, they want to do everything that's on that plan. And
Yeah.
so, we're also, I think, starting a bit earlier. We're getting this plan in front of you sooner. And we have almost a full board. We're short just one person. We have the subcommittees formed. And so I think the group is just raring to go, so.
And that's great. And, we have a lot of goals and a lot of different priorities too. And I just want to put this one out there is that while housing is our top priority, what I'm seeing now is that you're taking the Sunshine Ordinance back out into the community, which is great. I'm glad you're doing that, but the sunshine ordinance came to the council one time already, and I would like to see that back before us sooner rather than later. So, while the sunshine ordinance is not our top goal as housing is, I don't want to see it drop from your list of top goals, because that will delay it getting back to us. So just as an example. Also, I want to make sure I understood that you are adding community members to CAB subcommittees. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And it's great to have more and more people involved. That's what this is all about. But I want to make sure that we understand how that exactly works. Are these people officially members of CAB? Are they officially representing the city? Because the council appoints CAB members. Yep. And so how do subcommittee members become part of a CAB subcommittee?
To date, it's been members of the public that have shown up at our meetings, or who CAB members know are interested in a particular topic, and they've basically volunteered to assist. And we started this process with the Community Gardens subcommittee last year. We had a member of the community, Arlie Haig, who was very actively involved in community gardens and had some great ideas and wisdom to share. And so we welcomed her to be a part of a subcommittee. And so she's not considered part of the CAB. Usually the subcommittees meet outside of regular CAB meetings. So I don't know, Jaime, if you'd like to add anything.
No, that's correct. So they're not part of CAP, period. They're just volunteers that want to help. They're interested on a specific topic, maybe helping with a community calendar or helping with a community garden. It's just talent that is out there willing and able to help. Talking about capacity, there's so much we can
and that's
do.
great. I would never want to refuse the help and involvement of as many people as we can get. I just want to be careful with the titles and designations that we're using with people who are participating in this process.
Okay.
Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Corsi. Ms. Carlstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you very much, Tanya and Jaime, for your time and dedication, and welcome to Danielle. It's lovely to have you aboard. I just have a couple of questions. The focus on the community gardens, the decision to pursue that as a project came out of CAB itself, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and with respect to where the efforts pertaining to that are focused, are you in any way, are you looking at communities that may be underserved, undercapitalized, underengaged? Is that, and I apologize, I did have to step away for a moment. Okay, great. I'm just, I know that there are a number of communities that are extremely engaged and probably comprise the majority of the members of CAB that may not necessarily benefit to the same extent that some of the other communities, some of the other neighborhoods throughout the city.
Yeah, and we see community gardens as a great community building tool. So for those areas that don't feel as connected or engaged with the city, we see this as one way that we could increase that engagement.
Wonderful, thank you. And in the same way that I have flagged a concern that the community engagement department not be subsumed in the work of the Violence Prevention Partnership, while I am thrilled that CAB and the community engagement departments are now linked in the way that I think a lot of us envisioned they always would be, I want to make sure that CAB's work is not subsumed in, or consumed by the goals of the community engagement department. You are one of our 2 charter committees. You have very strong and very clearly outlined responsibilities and goals, and I'm thrilled that we now have dedicated and talented staff, a firm work plan with clear deliverables, and then I know Jaime will and his department will support that work in the way that it was always, I think, intended to do. So thank you for bringing forward a very well thought out work plan. And I will only add one request, I suppose, that maybe one of the aspects to the Open Government Task Force that didn't quite make it into the final report, I don't think, at least in the way that I might have hoped, was that there be an ongoing check on how the city is doing, maybe as a standing committee, an ad hoc committee of that Open Government Task Force. But that didn't make it, that didn't rise to the level of one of the highest recommendations. Who knows whether the council will ultimately take it up. But insofar as CAB participates in and provides influence to the implementation of the Open Government Task Force's report, that may be something down the line that you feel is appropriate, since you are members and representatives of the community that you know, come from all over the city. That may be something to consider. You know, how is the city doing on a quarterly check-in with all of the recommendations that the task force had?
Thank you. I do have a couple of cards, free cards at this point. Mr. DeWitt?
Thank you, sir. Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland, and I'm very glad to hear so many of the nice comments from the council today, especially from Mr. Corsi and Ms. Carlstrom, referring back to the original intent. I actually was at the original meetings. I went to the community action team a number of times when it began, and often advocated for the things that you folks now are embracing. That was about the same time we started the Sonoma County Housing Advocacy Group, and it's great to see this dovetail. Although it's taken 20 years, housing is up here at the top of what you folks are working on, and you've all pretty much today said you embrace this report. So I'm especially eager to see that you have given these folks a mandate for even more community outreach, and that they work hard for this housing action plan to be supported. I'm hoping that they'll also work hard to increase public participation beyond what it already is. To me, it seems meager, and I know it could be much more vibrant and, as bureaucrats like to say, robust. So let's get robust on our community action. I'm especially glad to see this idea of the town hall meetings, and it just lists a minimum here of 7. I believe you could have much more. The participatory budgeting is truly the way you can empower a community, and that's more than the gardening and going out and trying to get some vegetables together. That's saying where your tax money can get directed, and that's something that's really important. I'm really glad to see you folks are going to work with this. And the community improvement grants, engaging the public, this is wonderful. And I've actually advocated for this and been a volunteer that's helped on some projects. But I want to tell you something that's really important here. And this is that you have to make sure that you let the community be empowered when they go for the grants. And when they've gotten one that's been approved by CAB and they're going to go do something, let them do it. On Arbor Day of this year, myself and about 40 volunteers went out and helped at a tree planting in Southwest Community Park. But we had also planned to put up a fence. It had been approved by CAB, $1,000 mini grant. We had gotten the matching. We were all set. We had the labor. We were out there ready to go. And a member of staff stepped on our neck at the last minute, just sent me a message and said, no, I've nixed this project unilaterally. So you got to keep that in mind. When the community comes forward and gives their time and their effort, when they're willing to come out there and put in hours and hours of free labor and work and say, yeah, we believe in it and we're ready to do it, don't cut them. Don't come back behind them and give them the backstab. This is what's really important that needs to be brought out, because sometimes there's a disconnect between your staff and your ideals. You're the controllers. Tell staff to do what you want. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Linda Adron. Followed by Thomas Ells.
Hello, Council. Whoops. Hello, Council members.
I am a member of CAB, and proudly these days. I hope I don't go over 3 minutes, but I actually have answers to some of your inquiries, if you don't mind me saying. But initially, what I'd like to do, and I went on started on the CAB board a year and a half ago, I was really disappointed. I expected a lot more. And since then, we've gotten new members. The old members have been reinvigorated, and we actually are a board now that's major active and involved in the community. I'm chairman of the Strengthen Public Involvement process, and I've been in advertising and marketing for 30 years. So that's one of the reasons I took this particular one on, because I do think it's really important that we get out and communicate with the city on every level that's possible. I'm going to be help overseeing when we do this new website for the city. I'm going to make sure CAB is extremely noticeable and easy to get to from the public, and that we're interconnected with the various aspects that we're dealing with. We're overseeing new print material. As you can see, we're at the Wednesday night markets. We're going to be doing Instagram. We're going to be doing a lot more things to connect with the public. And a lot of this is going to be in connection with letting you know more what we're doing too, and have you a better understanding on, like when you're nominating people, what things to look out for or look for as benefits that would be CAB, to how to communicate with CAB. We also, sorry. So on every level, we're trying to do feedback in regards to the city, the open meetings. We're doing that in regards in the fall, because I was at those open meetings. We did not have a big turnout, and I think it's because at that time we hadn't gotten our communication to the public in line. And so a lot of people didn't know about it. I also have a personal opinion about what the posters look like. The wording was government speak rather than public speak. So a lot of people had no clue what the meetings were about, because I think it should be done in the language that the general population speaks, so it communicates with them and they understand it. Because people are so used to government speak, they don't see it anymore. And then, as I say, with the different meetings, our goal is to have more meetings, because what was realized is a lot of the different areas of the city we were ignoring. So that's why we have so many listed, so we're covering more of the city. And so we can get out to those particular cities. We're communicating with community organizations. Can I continue?
Just wrap up. You'll need to wrap up, Linda.
I'm sorry.
You need to wrap up.
Good luck on that. Good luck on that.
I can't give you more time than other people.
Okay, well, I do have, can I come up again? Okay, but we are more active, we're more aware that people are generating, a lot of us are heads or major operators of different organizations, so the broadening of the communication is much better than it's ever been.
Thank you. Thomas Ells.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for taking up this item and encouraging Community Advisory Board to increase its in the community participation. Development is great. I just wanted to, I didn't see that the Housing Action Plan was including the CHAP, and so I'd like to encourage them to discuss and as much as possible the CHAP program, or at least the city to approve that upcoming in the next few meetings. I think maybe next meeting. I just want to mention that, and to expand that to tiny homes and allow for the 24/7, 365 days a year for the occupation of those. And then regarding the gardens, I was a member of the Sonoma County Health Partnership. It's almost 20 years ago. And I was a member of the board, and we're working to have outreach and so on. And this is back 20 years ago, as I say. My cousin was in Seattle and was a director of volunteer effort there to create 1,100 gardens. And when I heard that, I said, this is amazing. this is fantastic. They built 1,100 gardens in Seattle at that time. Now there's many more. But the point is I said, we got to have gardens around here. And the outreach program was going nowhere with regard to, in the Southwest and so on, with regard to the health partnership. And they were really frustrated. And I said, well, let's try a garden. And so they built the West 9th Street Garden. And that was at Simpson Place in that area. And it really brought a whole bunch of people together to do it. So I don't want to take any of the wind out of Dwayne's sails. We're 20 years later. So gardens, they are really important. And I want to say, I was involved in a garden at the Palms. We developed a garden there. We did one just in the past few months. We did one at Roseland Elementary School. And we were also talking about doing one at Sam Jones. And Sam Jones is really important. That's a confined group, and they have no other place to go. They need a garden. We've talked with some of the staff about it. We need your support to move forward on a garden there. It's property that's controlled by the city and certain parts of the city. There's different parts of departments and so on that we're not getting people to talk back and forth to get this garden so they can have it. And it's just to talk about a little strip of land about 2 feet wide, maybe 100 feet long along a fence, completely bordered by asphalt and a fence, and there's no other property that's involved. We can have raised beds. So we would have all the plants and everything. We're willing to pay the money to do it. I myself pay the money to do, get the raised beds built and all that. So we would like to get your help to pursue a garden at Sam Jones for those people, because they can engage in it. They can watch the things grow and be productive and change their life in that. So thank you very much, and I hope to get that involved in the proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Ells. Those are all the cards that I have. We'll bring it back to the council. Let's entertain a motion and then any final comments. Mr. Corsi, you have this item.
Yes, I'd like to move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving the Community Advisory Board's work plan for fiscal year 2016-2017.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. I want to say thank you to you, Tanya, and to Jaime for excellent work. I love the lessons learned part of the presentation. It's always great to identify those lessons that are learned. It lets me know that you're thinking about, there's always concern about trying to do too much. And with an energetic group, that's easy to do. So I appreciate that. I think that the vision and strategy and the planning is working to produce a lot of action. And it's great to see you are creating a very visible group, which is excellent, and your efficacy is rising. And so congratulations on a job well done, and look forward to the report, to your next report. So thank you both. Any final comments, Council? Your votes, please. And I have 6 ayes. Thank you very much. 15 minutes, Council.
Whoa.
Thank you for your indulgence. Reconvene. Ms. Hurtado, 14.2.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council members. Look forward to presenting this report to you. I want to introduce William Schoen and Richard Tagore Irwin, who are with R3. I wanted to give you a purpose of why we're here tonight is to present the R3 performance review of our franchise agreement with Santa Rosa Recycling and Collections. We will also present recommendations for future collection services and also discuss our next steps in this process. I wanted to give you a little bit of background on how we ended up here with a review of the SRRC contract. And I'm going to start at the bottom. Muni Services did do a review of our debris box contracts as well as looking at the franchise agreement. In that report, they identified areas that needed further study, and they also identified some areas that were potential compliance issues that required further study. There were also comments in that report of things that I could not verify. So, for example, their report indicated that the city had given a waiver of alternative fuels requirements. I could not find any record of that waiver. I could not verify that in our city attorney's office or with my predecessor who had been referred to in the report. So there were definitely some things that were missing as we completed that process. One of the questions in there was the fleet status. So that is part of this review. There were also a number of recycling questions, and one that played out here at council when they received a cease and desist on their MRF, their materials recovery facility. What is recyclable and what isn't became a question during our council meeting when I looked at the contract. The education materials did not match what was in our contract. So all of these were part of the discussion as I worked with R3 to develop the scope of their review. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to R3. They will go through their review, and then I will talk at the end about our recommendations and our next steps with the existing contract.
Great. Mr. Mayor, Council, again, I'm William Schoen with R3. I'm a principal and was one of the lead analysts for the review. Richard Tagore Irwin, who's also a principal with R3, managed the project. I'd like to go through quickly the scope of our review, discuss our major findings and questions and answers. If you'd like to ask your questions while at any point or wait to the end, I'll leave that up to you. I'll go through as quickly as possible, try not to bore you too much, but again, if you have any questions, just let us know. In terms of our scope of the review, we looked at the company's diversion rate. There's a minimum diversion requirement in the contract. We looked at their compliance with various terms and conditions of the franchise agreement. We also conducted a performance review looking at the management and administration of the company, their customer service function, the collection operations. We also looked at the customer rates and confirming the accuracy of the prior rate adjustment. We looked at the vehicle equipment maintenance, repair, and replacement function of the company and their required reports. And we also did a characterization of the recyclables coming into the facility because that was an issue in terms of contamination. What we did, we'll talk a little bit further, is to take the incoming material stream and quantify how much of that was recyclable versus how much of it was not recyclable, so could not be recycled. In terms of our major findings, again, they have a 45% minimum diversion requirement. And their compliance, they were not able to document to us that they were in compliance with that. There was also some compliance issues related to the vehicle replacement requirements that they were not able to establish that they had been in compliance with. Their material recovery facility, the facility where the recyclables that are collected in the city is brought to be processed, is a very old facility. It's antiquated and it's not effectively operated and maintained. Prior to October 2015, the company did not have a general manager for more than 10 years. And this point is probably, at the heart of virtually all of the issues we found with respect to the company. So for 10 years, they didn't have a general manager, somebody at the helm directing operations, assuring that they were meeting their standards. I think it's fair to say there's a lot of good people at the company, there really are, but they did not have a general manager, somebody leading the operation, assuring things that were getting done for 10 years, and that's unheard of in my experience. They did hire a new general manager, who we understand recently issued his resignation. He had made, again, he came on board in October 2015. He made a number of significant improvements, including establishing specific goals and objectives for additional improvements that we fully supported. So the company was certainly moving in the right direction with hiring a new general manager, and changes were made since he had been hired that are reflected in a number of aspects of the company. So that was a very good thing. But again, I think just recently he resigned, so that's another open issue in terms of going forward, how they're going to maintain that leadership. It's also important to note that the customer rates, both the residents and commercial businesses in the city, are extremely low. So that's very good for the residents, but not necessarily good for the company if they don't have enough money to do what they need to do to operate effectively. One of the things we want to talk about first, to clarify our safety findings. And safety first is not just an expression, but it's critical to an effectively run collection operation because it impacts everything else. If you're not operating safely, there's cost impacts, there's customer service impacts. And one of the factors we use to look at safety is called a MOD factor. It's an insurance factor that's based on the company's historical loss ratio or workers' compensation claims. And each company gets one of those, and it's compared to the industry as a whole. The industry standard is 1. If you have a MOD factor less than 1, that's a good thing. If you have a MOD factor more than 1, that's not a good thing. It's reflective of more accidents, injuries than the industry as a whole. And in terms of our safety review, we found 2 very different things. The company's modification factor for their collection operation, the franchise, was less than 1. And that's a very good thing, and that doesn't happen by accident. And I think the company's risk manager, Rick Holliday, on the collection end, and his staff are doing a very good job in terms of managing the risk on the collection side. However, on the transfer or the material recovery facility side, it's an entirely different picture. And what we observed at their facility at 1317 Standish, I think it's hard to say anything than that it's unacceptable in terms of safety. This may be a little bit difficult to see, but this is the inside of the MRF. There is no formal proactive housekeeping, which is kind of illustrated by this. One thing I want to point out, sorry I didn't bring my blinker, up in the left-hand corner, there's a big chain drive conveyor that brings all the material into the facility, and the chain guard on that is not in place, which is an OSHA violation. Go to the next slide. The company had no problem telling us that their maintenance program at the facility is when it's broke, we fix it. And that is not a good way to operate. What you see here, this is the incoming feed conveyor. All the material is coming in. Big materials are picked off. It goes up a star screen, and light materials go up, heavy materials fall down. The screen hasn't been maintained, so it doesn't function properly, and the materials don't climb up as they should. So what they have here are two staff at the end with 2x4s effectively paddling the material up the star screen. Needless to say, that's not standard practice, and it's an accident waiting to happen, which is what we referred to. Here is looking back on the sort deck. The big yellow piece of material right in the middle is the cover for the conveyor. That's an extremely heavy piece of equipment. It shouldn't be located on the platform. If it is located, it should be secured. That's another OSHA violation. You can see the general housekeeping, the trip and fall hazards are all over the place. So while their collection side of the operation seems to be doing a very good job in terms of safety, the MRF has been entirely neglected and is, again, we refer to it as an accident waiting to happen. I think these pictures support that very clearly.
Just for clarification, given the MOD factor, so these are conditions that are existing, but have there been accidents that would suggest that there, I mean, it doesn't sound like the MOD factor is saying that there that they are being safe. Is that the case?
There's two different things. The mod factor is specific to the collection operation in the franchise, and the mod factor that we reviewed was for the franchise, not for the material recovery facility. So that's a separate item, and we don't have their historical records in terms of performance on that. But what we observed there was clearly OSHA violations and very unsafe conditions for workers.
Okay, thank you.
The diversion rate audit, so the company is required to meet a 45% minimum diversion rate. They report that annually to the city. In 2013, they reported a diversion rate of 45.41% and 45.08%, just above the minimum diversion requirement. So as reported, they had complied with the minimum requirement. However, the MRF residual rate, the amount of material goes into the facility, not all of it is recovered. So some portion comes back out and goes to the landfill. So the portion of the material that was going into the facility, supporting their 45% diversion rate, they had a residual factor of about 12 or 13%. I think you may know the facility's had some issues, and the LEA has been on them to improve and get a facility permit, and as part of that, they've had them do residual characterizations. And so the information they've got are reported to the LEA in terms of their residual rates is substantially higher, almost double than that which they reported in support of their 2013 and 2014 rates that were just barely above the minimum. So if
can I stop you there, because you're throwing a lot of numbers here, and I want to make sure we understand that. So their reported rates is what's that's what's the total pickup. That's the recyclable part of the pickup, I take it. 45.
It's what gets picked up as recyclables and then what actually gets recyclable. So C&D material would go to a facility and they'll recover 75% of that.
So if this is just the blue can, is it
Blue
just
can, yes.
So 45% of the blue can is actually recyclable, or the blue can represents 45% of their total pickup?
Correct, 45% of the total pickup.
And the total pickup does or does not include C&D?
It includes a portion of the C&D. It's a franchise portion versus a non-franchise. So that's a little bit of the issue.
And okay, now would you please expand what the residual has to do with that?
Sure, 10 tons that goes into the facility from the recycling trucks, the blue container. What actually comes out the back end and gets recycled is 9 tons, and 1 ton is garbage that people put in the recyclables, or material that the facility is recyclable, but the facility did not recover. We'll talk about our characterization later, but we found what went into the facility, about 12 or 13% was recyclable. So if the facility captured everything that went in, they'd get a 12% residual rate. But it was double that in terms of what they're reporting to the LEA. So of the material that goes into the facility, 22 to 24%, as reported to the LEA for the residential, doesn't get recycled. It's either contamination or other material that's ultimately gets disposed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The Muni Service Report also raised an issue about the validity of the 45.1% diversion rate. They had a number of questions regarding that. During our review, we requested support for those figures for 2013 and 2014 from day one and on multiple occasions, and we never received any support for the reported diversion rates to the that they reported to the city. So after requesting that literally at least half a dozen times, we went on site to try to get that information ourselves and gathered some information from the company that supported the diversion rate of 36%. We also provided that.
Excuse me, before you go
Sure,
too far along there, the information that you requested, does the contract require the company to provide such information?
I think they're required to meet that rate and verify it, so it's strictly a verification that their calculation is correct.
The question is, you asked for information, it was not provided. Is that a violation of the contract right there?
I'm going to suggest you let me dig a little bit.
Sure.
And then we come back to it.
Thank you. I'm going to have the same question about the vehicle requirements.
Let me say, too, that after we issued our report, the company did come back with additional information. But that was, our review was complete. So we didn't look at it in detail, but we do have a number of questions related to that data as well. So it's certainly, at the very least, still a very open question as to whether they met their diversion requirement. And we have a real concern about the accuracy of what they reported to the city and where those numbers came from.
Can I ask a clarifying question too? Just on the Muni Services report, there was no additional supporting documentation. Did the city just accept the auditor having a number of questions and that's where it ended? And I know neither of you were here, but
Well, in point of fact, I was here. I think early on in the Muni Services report that was being driven by the finance department, and some early conversations to really verify that we were getting what we were owed vis-a-vis the financial side of the support house. And so there were some open questions that came through that report. We then, as you know, this has been a period of transition. We were looking across the board at where we are in terms of contracts, and I asked the deputy city manager to look very closely at the contract and the findings of the Muni Services report to see if there was additional work we needed to do, which became apparent there were open questions in the Muni Services report.
Okay.
Go to the next one. In terms of franchise agreement compliance, so again, we looked at major terms and conditions of the agreement to see if they were complying with those. We were not, or the company wasn't able to establish that they had complied with the requirements that the vehicles be rebuilt after 5 years if necessary. The use of re-refined motor oil, they indicated they do not use re-refined motor oil, which was a requirement. There were certain required reports that were not provided or they weren't in compliance. And there were issues related to maintaining the vehicle signage and the painting of the vehicles. The second point has to do with the recycled materials that the company actually accepts, and there are plastic bags, plastic films, scrap aluminum, and steel and textiles, all of which are defined as recyclable materials in the contract, are not being collected by the company at this point. The material facility does not have a required solid waste facility permit. They're required to take their material to a facility that is a permitted facility, so they're taking it to their facility, which is not permitted. The phone system doesn't provide the user with an opportunity to leave a message after 90 seconds of hold time. So if you call and you're on hold for 90 seconds, the agreement specifies that they have the opportunity to leave a message if they wish. They don't have that opportunity. And as a result, their drop calls, abandoned calls is relatively high. Uniforms, at the start of our review, they did not have uniforms, but they were implemented during our review, and I think that's a reflection of some of the steps the general manager has taken. Again, the general manager came on in October of last year and made a number of very material improvements to the company in his tenure. We looked at the management and administration of the facility, or of the company. There's really was a lack of an effective management structure and systems for a long time prior to Mr. Downey coming on board, the GM. There's really no formal policies and procedures for most functions. There's no performance goals or effective tracking and reporting of performance. I mean, the adage, that which isn't measured is not managed, is really quite applicable to the company. There's no standards, no measurement, no policies and procedures, no guidance for employees and what our aim is in terms of operating the company. Again, they did hire a general manager in October in 2015. He hired a maintenance manager, so they hadn't had a maintenance manager for a period of time. He hired an auditor collections manager, hired a new outreach coordinator, and was committed to hiring additional supervisory staff because they are a little light on the actual supervisors looking at the routes in the field, and purchasing new trucks. So again, the general manager and the hiring of the general manager was an extremely positive move, and direction the general manager was moving in was direction that we fully supported, but unfortunately he's no longer with the company at this point. Okay,
quick question back to the vehicles, the compliance on the major findings. You had stated earlier that the company's maintenance policy was when it's broke, we fix it. Was that applicable to this area too?
No. And in fact, I'll get to the maintenance a little bit. We found their maintenance staff, the number of mechanics they had for the vehicles, the experience of the staff was all good. What they didn't have was a good maintenance software. Again, it's information is knowledge, and in this business, if the industry standard is you're tracking data, you're using that in all aspects.
So in short, they're not documenting their compliance. Is that a fair statement?
For maintenance?
For the maintenance of the vehicles.
They don't have records. They lost their records 3 years ago, so any historical data is not available. So they couldn't give us any information in the past to document what had been done. They also formerly had a software, a dossier, which is a good fleet management software, and they let that license lapse, so they don't have the means or as good an effective means to actually track and analyze data.
So they had, or the statement was they had documentation that they had complied with the rebuilding of the vehicles, but but they don't have it anymore for the 3 years prior. Do they have it for the 3 years since this incident, whatever it was?
Well, there was some information, but it's incomplete in terms of when or what might have happened to each vehicle at what point. So prior to 3 years, our understanding, we were told we've got data for 3 years, and behind that, we've got nothing. So there's really no way to establish during that period what, if any, compliance was, occurred.
Thank you.
Can I ask you another question on the vehicles?
Sure.
I'm trying to get clarity because I heard you say, the maintenance records. Were the vehicles legal to be out on the street? And is this, I'm trying to get, is this just a paperwork issue? You said some records were lost, but the actual vehicles, and for the rest of us that live in drive in this community, were the trucks unsafe on the roads?
Sure. Well, to the extent that one of the things that CHP does is a periodic review of the vehicles, and they were satisfactory in that regard. And again, their safety staff, Rick Holliday, that's their focus. He's a former CHP. So I think from that standpoint, everything seemed to indicate that that wasn't one of the places where there was a real problem. Although, again, the maintenance tracking and the gathering of information to be more proactive in terms of fixing it before identifying a problem before it gets broke, that's a real limitation, but otherwise, I think we found nothing to indicate that the vehicles were not safe on the streets.
Thank you.
These were just a couple of the other things that the general manager...
Before we leave that point, I'm sorry.
Sure.
The CHP standard of safety, isn't that a different standard than what's in the contract in terms of refurbishing the vehicles?
That has nothing to do with refurbishing.
Thank you.
Yeah. These were just a couple of things that the GM, we asked, I'm sorry.
I apologize to interrupt. I wanted to get back with Councilmember Corsi's answers to his questions. He asked whether there was an obligation under the contract that if we asked for additional information about the diversion rates or about the vehicle requirements, whether there was an obligation within the contract for North Bay to comply, and in fact there is.
We asked Mr. Downey, to tell us what are his plans moving forward. Because again, there were certainly issues behind, but we saw a lot of good things put in place, and we want to know what his plans were going forward. And this was a list of things he wanted to do in terms of priorities, developing a policies and procedures manual, bringing back the dossier fleet management software, reintroducing an auditing department. There were some issues about the accuracy of the rates in the field. Improved customer service. There's a number of customer service issues that were identified. Upgrading the material recovery facility, which is a huge need, and preparing a dedicated truck replacement schedule. I think all of the things he intended to do, we fully supported and thought were very appropriate for what the company needed to do to move to an industry standard. In terms of customer service, again, I think I said earlier, this is an issue about the people at the company. There's very good people at the company. It's an issue of support, of resources for those people to be able to do their jobs. The CSRs, we found them to be very responsive, courteous, and dedicated. There was appropriate training for the CSRs, customer service representatives. However, the call answering, queuing technologies, and data tracking systems for customer service were insufficient to meet call volumes at the time, and they expressed there were some reasons for that in terms of some things that occurred and getting a lot of calls from the county, but the call system during the period we reviewed in prior had been overloaded. But it just brought up the issue of being able, as a customer, to be able to leave a message after 90 seconds because of the call volume, and that was not complied with. That doesn't exist. It was a requirement. So therefore, they had a very high abandoned call rate.
When you say the system was overloaded, that implies it was inadequate?
Well, I guess so, yeah. I mean, ultimately, it has to be able to respond to the need. And again, the lack of any tracking of data to evaluate performance was throughout the company, including in customer service. So we were unable to really get the information we would like to have been able to receive to do a lot of the evaluation in terms of how well they were doing in various aspects of customer service. So that's customer service. Collection operations, the truck crew configurations in terms of the types of vehicles and the crew size that they use to collect the materials in the city is very appropriate and consistent with the industry standard. The vehicles are routed very effectively, and they're achieving a reasonable productivity. So there wasn't an issue in terms of out in the field or safety in terms of the vehicles. The route supervision was very limited. They had one route supervisor for more than 30 routes. A ratio of 1 to 20 is probably the upper end. You want to see something less than that. So there is, and one of the things the GM was looking at again was hiring more route supervisors. They were unable to give us the information we requested in terms of overweight vehicles, and that would be the one issue in terms of safety that is still an open issue. An overweight vehicle is not a safe vehicle, and we were not able to get the information or see that they were in fact tracking and managing overweight vehicles. They very well may be, but if so, we were not given that information.
What would be a reason for a vehicle being overweight? Picking up too many cans?
Yeah, there's seasonality. If it rains sometimes, it's not uncommon, I will say, and there may be some overweights. An vehicle that's 100 pounds overweight is very different than a vehicle that's 200 pounds overweight, or 2,000 pounds overweight. So it has to do with any number of factors. The driver wants to keep working before he takes his lunch. Can occur.
Could I ask a clarifying question about a couple of these bullets? The first three bullets would suggest that the routing is being handled well, but the fourth one, you say 1 in 20 is better. Or 1 to 20. Who sets that standard? And if 1 in 30 or 1 to 30 is working, sure, 1 to 20 is better, and 1 to 10 would be even better than that. But who sets that standard? The industry sets the standard, and is it in the contract that it needs to be 1 to 20?
No, the contract, I believe, only specifies a supervisor with at least 50% of his or her time in the field. It's really a management decision, but I think the industry standard is it's certainly no more than 1 to 20. It's becoming a little more with the technology now. A route supervisor can pull up with the right information, can pull up the location of the routes anywhere and see all kinds of things. The systems waste management and some of the bigger companies have in place allow you to get by with less supervision and be able to do more. But the company doesn't have that, and they had a very good route supervisor, but that's spread very thinly. And you want to be out at least on a regular basis observing every route and seeing where they're not operating safely. That's pretty much a standard, and they just didn't have one route supervisor for 30 routes is just not sufficient in any way, shape, or form to effectively manage.
Thank you.
2%, we found 2% of the residential containers were tipped over, so after they were picked up, they were put down, they were dropped and laid on the ground. That's not great, but it's not out of this world. But a good route supervisor will be on top of that, and the standard should be 100% upright. We also found a significant number of lids open. There is no requirement in the franchise agreement for lids being closed upon putting the container back. It is standard in many other contracts. So again, that's an issue of route supervision and training to improve that. The commercial bins were generally clean and clearly labeled, although in some cases they were in need of refurbishing, and the street sweeping appeared to be adequate. So generally we found, not nearly as many issues on the collection side. This picture is just, the middle container is sort of an example of a container that might be due for some refurbishing and clarification of labels. I'm sorry. This is just,
Why do you say that? Because it's not painted?
it's just getting a little older and rusty.
Does it still contain all the?
Oh yeah, it's fine.
I see more trash on the right than the one in the middle.
Yeah, well, that's another point, I guess, is trash after collection. This is just, again, about 2% of the containers were left knocked over. And this is not clearly laid out in the contract, but what we saw out there, often in the same line, was the company's containers, a waste management container, a Republic or an Allied container, and a green waste recovery container, which is clearly not a standard industry practice. The containers should be uniform throughout. Again, this is just another slide of a container knocked over. We also looked at the last rate adjustment that had been made. So the company's rates are adjusted annually based on an indexed methodology. And we confirmed the accuracy of the prior rate adjustment with a slight error. There was supposed to be a 75% factor used in the calculation. It was 100%, so it actually went against the company. So they received, I think, a lower rate adjustment than they were due. That hadn't been picked up, I think, by Muni Services. We also found that there were some minor differences between the rates that are charged and the approved rate schedule. So again, if the rate says, this pickup should be $10, we may have found some charges of $10.02 or $9.98, but those were relatively minor. So we did look to see to the extent they were actually charging the approved rates. The route audits, we went out in the field with records in terms of what the company said they were billing and what was actually occurring, or what the service level was actually at each account. So if they were billing that account for a 60-gallon container, was there actually a 60-gallon container at the account, or a 32 or a 90? And we did find enough variance to warrant additional review of this by the company. And again, one of the things the general manager was doing was bringing back that auditing function to assure that the services actually provided were consistent with the billing. And then again, I think it's important to emphasize that the rates that the residents and the businesses have been charged are very low and significantly lower than many other in the jurisdiction.
Quick question before you leave that slide, which you did leave the slide. If you could back up. Yeah, thank you. The 75% factor, the second point or the first subpoint of point 1, that's lower revenues to the company, therefore lower franchise fees to the city?
Yes.
Was there a rationale ever given? Was there a rationale ever given for that 75%?
No, it was an error in the calculation.
It was okay,
Yeah.
An admitted error, or?
Yeah, I think it seemed like a historical error that just hadn't been picked up.
Okay, thank you.
Question on the same slide. Are there any jurisdictions in the region that were higher than North Bay? It says than many. Were there any jurisdictions that were higher or equal to?
Higher or lower?
Was anyone charging? I'm sorry, lower.
Yeah. I would say perhaps other divisions of the company. I don't, and so there may have been. We can let you know, but your rates are incredibly low. And that's,
I'm waiting to hear that quantified. I'm curious. I mean, I see a lot of findings, and I have to think to myself, especially when I see a can that's not on all fours, and our rates are significantly lower. I have to ask what the ratepayers are going to say when they become equal to companies across the region, and they're paying whatever they're paying. But their cans are standing upright. So I'm wondering where we start to have that conversation about what you get what you pay for. And so I'll be curious to see how this unfolds.
okay. But that's the point. You do to a large extent get what you pay for. If the company is not able to make a fair and reasonable return, they're going to cut corners. And the question is just where they cut those, and is that even close to being acceptable given your contract and safety and other issues?
Thank you.
Vehicle maintenance, again, they recently hired a maintenance manager, which is a key staffing position. The maintenance operations did appear to be reasonable. The staffing levels in terms of the number of mechanics for the fleet were fine. There was, though, however, a lack of effective maintenance software, and that severely limits the ability of maintenance to understand where there are issues, where there are improvements, where there are things that need to be addressed. And as I mentioned, the maintenance database was compromised several years ago, and we were told all historical records were lost. We also looked, they're required to make various reports to the city. The charitable contributions that we reviewed, I believe it's $100,000 in charitable contributions, no more than 50% in-kind services. The records they gave us did not support the $100,000, and of the material that was, or the contributions that were made, greater than 50% were in-kind contributions. And there were some minor issues with some various other reporting requirements. This is the recyclable study. Again, what we were asked to do was because there were issues with, how contaminated was the recyclables? I think there were a number of people saying that, it's so contaminated, that's why we can't make our diversion rate, or that's why we have so much residual. So we were tasked with looking at really how much of the incoming recyclable stream was recycled, or is recyclable per the definition in the contract. And what we found that the residential or recyclable waste stream, 87.5% of that was consistent with the recyclables in the definition. So 12.5% was non-recyclable material. Versus the facility, what they're, in fact, while only 12.5% is residual, their residual rate was closer to 23% on average. So a substantial number or percentage of materials that could be recyclables were not being captured at the facility and were being thrown out with the disposal waste stream. We, in fact, observed unopened bags containing recyclables in the residual going to the landfill. So the bags going through the facility twice didn't get opened. The facility is just, it needs to be completely.
Did the company tell you where at this facility, from which areas, which jurisdictions they were receiving recyclable material?
They receive it from, I think, all of their different, or many of their different divisions, Richard? Yeah, I mean, so it's almost all of their different operations, and there may be some other materials, I'm not sure, non-related to the company.
But the recycling piece we did for the city was just city materials. It was collected only from city collected routes. Working with them to kind of basically do a statistical sampling of the routes and the drivers and whatnot to get only the materials that were being generated from Santa Rosa. So the facility itself takes...
How do you do, if the facility itself is taking it from many jurisdictions and they're all dumping it on the same floor?
Yep.
How do you sort that out?
We sorted at the vehicle level. So we basically had them redirect the collection vehicles to where we were sorting. Okay. So it did not go to the facility at all. And that's what happens at the facility is typical. You have, in essence, a merchant facility that is taking in materials from different jurisdictions.
That's fine. I appreciate that. Back to the overall facility itself, the contaminated recyclables that are going to a landfill, it's coming from their various areas, which I assume includes out of the county pickups. Is that, did you verify that? Do you know that at all? Is that
Well, we weren't
part of your
specifically tasked to look at that piece of it. I believe, though, at least one of their operations in Marin County brings their material, we understand, from Novato to the facility, and there may be others, but we're not aware.
And do you know what landfill then the contaminated material is going to?
I would have, yeah.
Okay, that's outside the scope of your work.
Well, I think a lot of it was going to Redwood, correct? Don't know, yeah. Okay.
No, that's fine. If you don't know, you don't know. And if it's not part of your work, it's not part. But the fact is, there's some Marin County non-recyclable material at that Standish facility, and we don't know where it went. It could have went to Central, is my point. Could have.
That's our understanding. Yeah, that it did come from out of county. We need to verify that with the company. That concludes our presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Council, questions before I move to public comment?
Mayor, we
Yeah,
do
I'm
have
sorry.
some recommendations on this report.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. So what we're asking for tonight is, number one, for you to accept the report that was produced by R3. And we're looking at how we're moving forward. So we are also requesting approval to move forward to develop and issue an RFP for collection services. The current contract expires December 31st of 2017. In May of this year, I was notified of by the company that they did not want to execute the option on the remaining 5-year amendment. Any lack of contract compliance would have precluded them from doing that. However, they did notify us prior to the July 1 deadline that they were not interested in executing the 5-year amendment. So we have 18 months left. We would like to develop and issue an RFP for collection service that would begin in January of 2018. We're also asking you to appropriate the funds to complete that RFP process. And I also wanted to cover our next steps in this whole process with the existing company, and that is I have sent a letter and asked them for a corrective action plan on this audit. We need to determine how we move forward in the next 18 months to ensure that services continue and that they are compliant and safe in terms of the services provided in the community. And then the last item is that we need to determine what are the appropriate administrative assessments on this contract.
Thank you. Woody, just to throw out a question, in times past, there was a garbage subcommittee that dealt, I think, I'm not sure of its full scope of work, but I think at times it was used to look at the contracts, assess certain changes that might be made with the contract, or to kind of be a sounding board, if you will. But I don't know the scope of their work. Would that be a helpful body to reinstitute?
Mayor, I think that would be very helpful to have that subcommittee. And I do know that the last subcommittee was engaged in 2007 when there were other issues on this contract and assessments were assessed, and they were engaged in that discussion and negotiation. So I would find that very helpful.
Excellent. Thank you.
I thought we had one in 2009, 2010.
No, I thought we did as well, but I don't remember enough about the
No, I was on the last
responsibility.
contract negotiating, which was
During that.
2009, yeah, I was on that, so it was later.
Okay. Yes, questions, Mr. Vice Mayor.
So the recommendation is accept the report. What does that actually mean? Because I see we have a 48-page report, a 52-page appendix, a 9-page response. So we say, yes, we accept the report, but what are the ramification implications? What's that actually mean?
It means you're accepting the work that they've provided to us. They've complied with, there was a contract between the city and R3. I provided you with the scope of work. So they have met the requirements of their scope of work and provided their report to the city. So to me, that's what accepting their report, complying with what our contract was with R3. Our next steps moving forward with the company are about, we do have a response from them, but we do need a corrective action plan. And we do need to determine how we move forward the next 18 months, and then we do need to determine how we move forward for future collection services.
Yeah, thank you.
Other questions, Council? Mr. Oliveris.
Yes, I had an interest in knowing whether or not there are any updates to the company's response. I understand the general manager has left, so is there an update from the company to the response since it was submitted in June?
Councilman, I have not received any additional response from the company.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Council, before I move to public? Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you. Scope of the R3 audit, if there's a reference that the Muni services is a paper audit, the implication to me is that you're doing a deeper dive than a paper audit. Can you distinguish what you did, your services did, versus vis-a-vis the Muni services audit?
Yeah, well, we can't speak to exactly what they did, but what we did was to, request information, review information, go on site, talk to different staff in customer service and route supervision, go out in the field and actually observe collection operations before and after collection, tour the MRF facility and look at operations. So trying to get as good a sense of hands-on what's occurring within the limited time we had available.
Did you look at source documents from other parties, such as weight tags from the county, or was that applicable to your work at all?
Well, that would be some of the support for the diversion figures, so that's kind of where that would have come in.
So that's a yes?
We didn't get specific, again, we didn't get any documentation for what they reported. We went in then and sat down with staff and said, give us this and give us that, and that's what they responded to in terms of coming back with, well, here's how we got to 45%, which had really no relationship between what they actually had reported per their contract to the city and what they were now showing as support.
Hence your adjustment showing that they hadn't met that 45% requirement?
With what we received during the review, they did not, and after we completed our review, we had not received any of that information either. We had given them our 36%, hadn't gotten a response, finalized a report. They came back with more information. We looked at it cursory. We still have many questions about it.
How long between your preliminary report and your issuance of your final report?
I'll address that, Councilman. We met with the company, with the general manager on April 28th, and the R3 had prepared a draft memo identifying what all the major findings were, and for example, on the diversion where if additional data was available that would change any of this. We held that meeting on April 28th. The general manager said he did not have any additional information. It is what it is. You're well aware of what the challenges are. And so from that point, we said, okay, we're going to move forward. They finalized the report. I received their final report on May 17th. And of course, once I received the report, I began briefing the mayor and council members. And of course, once I received that report, it is a public document and anyone could request that document.
Were there any other contacts between you, Ms. Hurtado, and any company representatives?
I had a number of contacts with the general manager. He was the contact for the company. After the report was, after our discussion on the 28th and our plan to move forward, he was provided the final report and was to provide their response. We initially set a date of the end of May. We were going to come to council in June. The company requested an extension. We moved that to June 21st, so there were almost 60 days in terms of putting together their response. And so I received that response on June 21st. In preparation for this meeting, and we did include that, their response, in the packet, in the council workroom, and I also provided a spreadsheet to council kind of trying to lay out what the contract, the findings, and the responses were.
And who requested that extension?
It was requested by the general manager.
The general manager?
Yes.
So he was the only one representing the company?
Yes.
That you spoke with, that you met with?
Yes, since probably since March of this year, he was the only person I had contact with until yesterday.
So you had stated to me earlier that you had met with Mr. Herb Williams, representing the company.
I met with Mr. Williams earlier in the year. Well, actually, not just with Mr. Williams. There was a whole group of individuals representing the company early in the year and also last year and at the time that the Muni Services report was provided.
Concerning this matter?
The early meetings were around the Muni Services report. Then there was the notification of the MRF. There was the recycling education discussion. So there were a number of topics around the contract.
In any of those meetings, did he tell you that he was a political consultant for any council members currently sitting on this dais?
When I met Mr. Williams, he kind of told me who he was and his history, being a new person in the community, that he had provided assistance to members of the current and many prior councils.
Did you solicit that, or did he just give that to you
I did not
unsolicited?
solicit that.
So he started the meeting with that.
I don't know that he started the meeting with that. I don't recall.
Thank you.
Other questions, council, before I move to public comment? Okay, Michael Gross, followed by Rick Norris.
Good evening. Michael Gross from Green Waste Recovery. I'm the Director of Sustainability. And at one point, we had a contract here in Petaluma. Unfortunately, we had to sell that at one point, and for a couple different reasons. But I will tell you that as an operator of a MRF, of landfill and composting operations, for collection companies, we service a lot of parts of the Bay Area. We look forward to actually bidding on this contract. I think it's an opportunity to see what's out there. There's a lot of other haulers in the room here. I won't be the only person. I wish I was, but that's reality. There's a lot of options out there when you're going to different companies, and one thing you can count on is everybody's ability to collect the materials. How well they collect it, that's a little bit different. But after they do the collection, what do they do with those materials? You know, what kind of material recovery facility are they building? What kind of organics recycling operations are they going to? What's happened to all this material? It's not just away. You know, it goes some other place. So that's where we really come in, and where our focus is on the MRFs and on the organic components besides the collection. And we look forward to an opportunity to bid on the RFP. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Norris.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Rick Norris. I'm an attorney for the Rattle Group of Companies in SRRC.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. Is this working?
It is better,
okay.
Yes.
Something's working tonight. That's good. I want to start by emphasizing that the company historically has provided service that has left 90% plus of its customers satisfied in surveys at a rate that's pretty much half of what the average is in Northern California. I understand that's not the be-all, end-all, and that there are a lot of other things that we have to be concerned about, but we can't ignore the most important thing, which is the garbage gets picked up and the price is fair. We prepared a 15-minute response to the report tonight, which is apparently not appropriate for delivery tonight. I'm sure that information will get out. What it will say, what we do say in response to the R3 report, is that we think that investigation will confirm compliance with the contract, with the contract as it morphed over time, as it was amended by agreements with city staff, as it was performed over the course of the years. That doesn't mean that we don't find value in the information that R3 provided and opportunities to improve the work. And the company is certainly focused on that. And might I take a moment to say that the company is engaged in finding a new general manager. The company intends to pursue the policies established by the prior general manager straight through. The company doesn't have is unhappy about the parting of the ways at this juncture, but the policies that were in place since October of last year are the policies that are going to be in place going forward, and we're excited about it. The contract between Santa Rosa and R3 had a section called 5.1, which is really common in these kinds of engagements, that provides for a copy of the report coming to the company in advance of its release, and a substantive discussion back and forth about what's raised in the report, so that the issues that come before the council and the community aren't burdened by mistakes on either side. We don't believe we got that opportunity. The April 28th meeting that was described by the Assistant City Manager was described completely differently by Rick Downey, whom I've spoke to personally, and we'll have all this information verified and in declarations if it comes to that. But we want you to understand that from the company's perspective, there wasn't the opportunity to sit down and go back and forth over what this information really means. A good example of that is the charitable contributions. The company actually made 109,000 plus of cash contributions that were documented in a report filed with the city in April. Filed with the city in April. Yet the report comes out and says there's no evidence of the contributions. I don't think the report did that on purpose. I don't think that R3 wanted to call us out on something where they knew that the information didn't support it. I think that these are the things, that's why there was a 5.1 in the contract, so we could get together and work through those issues. We're confident that as we work through those issues, we may not agree on everything, but we'll disagree on a lot less. And where there are shortcomings, we don't believe those shortcomings are going to rise to breaches of contract. We think those shortcomings are going to be areas not mandated by the contract, but where the company may stand to learn something. So we look forward to working with your staff in order to reduce the amount of disagreement, learn what we can from what the staff has provided, implement the benefits of Section 5.1, and go forward over the next 18 months. And I'd also like to point out that the company continues to consider whether it's going to seek continuance of its contract and has not made a final decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thomas Els.
Wow, that was an amazing report by R3. I think they should be commended. Notwithstanding the OSHA violations at the facility, the MRF facility, I want to address a couple of other things that Councilman Wysocki was looking at, which is overweight vehicles and then maintenance. This is not particular to North Bay, but all of the haulers, so the many haulers that might be here that would be interested in a contract, I want to let you know some things about that. Overweight is now determined at the state level. The haulers change the loading. So AASHTO loading is 20,000 pounds per axle. That's the maximum load. That's the design load of every bridge. It's the design load of every street and pavement, every piece of sidewalk, every piece of curb and gutter and everything. Nothing is over 20,000 pounds per axle. That's on a 3-axle truck, that's 60,000 pounds. The state law is now 90,000 pounds. So no bridge is designed for a 90,000 pound truck. Any bridge you have, no bridge, the Golden Gate Bridge, the New Bay Bridge, none of those bridges is designed for a truck that has 90,000 pounds on 3 axles or 30,000 pounds per axle. Overload is over that, and 2,000 pounds overload is nothing. Probably looking at 10, 20, 30,000 pounds overload, and that affects the maintenance. If you don't have records of that, you don't have any idea what the maintenance issues are. If you don't have records of that, you don't have any idea what the maintenance is, let alone what's happening to your roads. So it goes right to the roots. So the roots were pretty good, apparently. But it's how they drive those roots. When they're backing, you see them and they move around like this and they turn their wheels, destroys your pavement. You want to look at your pavement? How's it destroyed? It's not destroyed by cars. Cars have absolutely no effect on pavement. Cars have no effect on bridges, ever, in the history of their operations. Truckloads, particularly wheel movements, wheel turning, and so on like that. Look at your pavements, ask about your overloads, look at 100,000 pounds, 120,000 pounds on 3 axles. It's absolutely going to destroy your pavements. What do we got for pavements? So I know you're looking at that, you're looking at that with CAB, the county's looking at that, but nobody's talking about the specifics of it. Why is the state allowing 90,000? I mean, that's where you start to talk about overload. It's got to be above 90,000 pounds, which is already 50% over the load limit that anything has ever been designed. Forgive me.
Thank you, Mr. Ells. Those are all the cards that I have, so we'll bring it back to the council. Council, any final questions before I entertain a motion? Mr. Oliveras.
Thank you. For the Deputy City Manager, what will be the process for developing the corrective action plan?
If I may interject, I think that that is exactly why we need the subcommittee, is to start that process on the corrective action. You know, we've asked for a corrective action plan, but I think we need the subcommittee for that and for the assessment conversation to move forward. I don't normally do this, but I will say there was some implication in a prior conversation that every opportunity has not been afforded for a response, and I dispute that claim. There has been multiple opportunities allowed to the organization to respond to this on multiple occasions, including a delay, a significant delay, and it isn't until this last minute that this clause is invoked. So I don't normally get hot under the collar about some assertions, but this one I will get a little hot under the collar. We've been more than accommodating to the organization to try to get response, and we are open to continuing getting a response and demonstration of where there may be some challenges in this. The challenge is that it cannot be a last-minute conversation. It needs to be going through a process, and that's why we've continued to accommodate. So I just needed to go on the record with that assertion.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then the other question was, I will make an assumption that there will be a priority in dealing with some of the safety issues that are immediate. Thank you.
Ms. Carlstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to R3 for the report. There is a lot of substantive material. There are technical and industry terms that it takes some time as a council member to kind of come to grips with. When I look at this, I'm looking at this as a contract and a contract breach and or dispute, and I'm analyzing it from that perspective. So when I hear, or this is potentially a question for the Deputy City Manager, I believe you said that the company had indicated to you they were not exercising their option to their 5-year extension option.
I can read it verbatim. SRRC will not request an extension of the current contract and will provide a written response at the appropriate time.
Okay, so I'm concerned only because I think I heard something to the contrary from the company's attorney. So that gives me some pause, only insofar as what then becomes our role in receiving this report and or referring it to the subcommittee that it sounds like the mayor may create. If it becomes the accepted fact that the company would have or is intending to exercise their option, and we move forward with this RFP, are we breaching? Would that be considered a repudiation of our obligations?
There's a July 1st deadline. It's passed.
So they would have had to have exercised that option. And
they needed to notify us before July 1st or by July 1st.
Okay, so what we're effectively saying now is that that option has not been exercised.
That's correct.
Okay. So I may need a little bit more time to formulate some additional questions. I know that I have them, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure there will be further discussion.
Certainly. Mr. Corsi.
Thank you. There was a statement made that further investigation will show that the company was in compliance with the contract as it has morphed over the years. Are there different versions of this contract? And just to assure us, was the latest version what was analyzed in this report?
Yes, we have one contract, and it is the contract that was provided to R3, and their review was based on the existing contract terms.
If I may clarify, there was February 2010 was when the current contract began That was an amended agreement, and there is a clause, as is often in contracts, that says that any agreement has to be reflected within the agreement or within writing, and that any sort of oral agreements are invalid. It's a very typical contract term, and it is in this contract. And so, we have to look at the 4 terms of this contract, and unless there's some other writing that may or may not apply. But in this case, it's the contract.
Mr. Wysocki.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I'll start with page 3 of their response on attachment 3, talking about article, excuse me.
Is this the
one point?
Which document?
Attachment 3 in your packet. Page 3 of 9, Article 1.46, recyclable materials. The report states, per the agreement, recyclable materials are defined as, and then in quotations, the materials which are capable of being recycled and which would otherwise be processed or disposed of as residential solid waste or commercial solid waste, end of quotations. Where there is a market for a material, it is capable of being recycled. That's an interpretation, I take it, that is there's an economic capability as opposed to a material capability. Is my interpretation? Could you opine on that, Madam City Attorney?
Well, I think the issue is that while there is, the agreement does contain a clause that refers to recyclable products that are capable of recycling. The agreement also sets forth a list of the recyclable materials and then gives the city the right, essentially, to make changes to that list. If it's the position of North Bay that some of the items on whatever is the current list then are not capable of recycling, the onus is then on North Bay to come to the city and to essentially make that case. And whether or not that may or may not be the case would be something that North Bay would need to work out with the city. And that would certainly be a first step before we get to did you or did you not breach the contract. And so I think the fundamental difficulty is that those conversations never occurred, as I understand it.
To put it in simple terms, because I've seen a couple references to a Operation Green Fence from China in 2013, it sounds as though it was profitable prior to that operation. It was not profitable after that operation, after that date. Therefore, it's not capable. Would that be a fair statement?
Well, I think we would need to look at that, and I think
Again,
if
no
there's really
no
nothing,
communication.
if there's really no way, they don't have any way to recycle this, then certainly it would not be capable. And so if the argument is that there's no, there's no connecting there, there's no pipeline to connect to get to recycling,
Sure.
That would certainly meet that definition. So I think we would need to hear from them what the difficulty is before we could assess whether it fairly fits within the way that contract term is intended to be construed.
And there was never direct communication?
No, Councilman.
Thank you. Also, reference to a couple times now a 90% favorable rating, and I see that on page 1 of attachment 3, they reference 90% favorable rating from 48,000 customers in Santa Rosa. What troubles me doing the simple math, that means that there's 4,800 or 10% that don't have a favorable rating when you flip that coin around. Now that number came from a company called Delphi Research. Do we know who Delphi Research is?
council member, that's the number provided by the company that works with that organization. Anything else would be speculative on our part.
Because it's my understanding there's a Delphi Consulting, which is run by the same Herb Williams, and they're calling him independent. That's troubling to me. On the issue of communication and the compromising of their documentation, was that ever communicated to the city prior to this audit?
And Councilman, I've only been here a year. I've not received any communication, nor have I seen any records
Nothing
that was communicated.
There's also a reference to your predecessor, Mr. Scholes, verbally agreeing to a modification. Have you seen anything documented on that?
Well, again, we have not seen any documentation. There's an assertion. I think the city attorney has referred to what makes a clear contract understanding. I believe she said that a verbal agreement does not constitute. Again, we're open to understanding where these objects are, where these agreements are, and we've always been open to understanding where the agreements are. They just need to be demonstrated.
Of course. No, that's reasonable, but it sounds like we're not receiving communication. That would be a fair statement.
Again, all I can say is that we've had regular communication with the general manager, as the deputy city manager articulated. That communication did not resulted in the communications that have been provided to you. So I say we've had regular communication, but it's the sum of it is what's been provided to the council.
Okay. I wanted to also back up. This is an earlier question I failed to ask regarding outreach to the community on education. Did the company disclose how many employees they have conducting said outreach? Do you recall? And I apologize. This is going back into your...
We'd have to look. I didn't do that piece of the work.
Okay. Thank you.
Council, other questions? Ms. Carlstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will engage in some questioning on my end of the dais. To the consultants from R3, forgive me, gentlemen, I'm looking at slide 25, and I am a lawyer and I like things written out. So when I see something that says contamination and residual materials comprise 12.5 of residential recyclable stream versus 22 reported, what am I to interpret that to mean?
That the material recovery facility is not recovering all materials that are recyclable. So
That it is not recovering all materials that are recyclable.
correct.
So when you say that 12%, you came out with 12.5%.
Yes.
That, I might need you to back up a little bit more.
Sure. So
Thank you.
100%, they drop 100 tons at the door of the MRF. Based on our analysis, 12.5 of those tons are garbage, not recyclable. So 88 or 87.5 would be recyclable if they were covered by the facility. But the facility only recovered 79% on average. So a difference of 8 or so percent.
So some materials that should have been recyclable or recycled were not.
That could have been recycled.
That
So a
could have been, that were
facil-
capable of being recycled.
No facility is 100%. You know, there's little bits and pieces of recycled material that fall through. But the point, that's more than.
So what this bullet point is asserting is that the numbers reported by SRRNC misrepresent how much is being recycled.
No, those are the numbers they are recycling. It's just, it's less than what could be recycled.
Okay.
So they're reporting, those are their numbers as they basically did the same thing we did, was to, you know, how much was actually recovered or recoverable.
Okay.
Yeah.
When early on we discussed, or you discussed rather, your concern about the departure of the general manager. which you indicated had been you felt it was a good step that the hire had occurred. The company indicated their commitment to, at least through their attorney, their commitment to implementing the work plan that GM had laid out. Had Mr. Downey remained with the company, would the work plan that he had laid out, would that have met your major findings, your major concerns?
It's certainly going along the road to address it.
Okay.
You know, there's a lot that needs to be done to get up to industry standards in terms of staffing, in terms of systems and data management, in terms of training, so all aspects. But certainly he understood that, and the proof would be in the pudding in terms of he had the ability to do that if he was given the resources to do it.
Okay.
In our opinion. Yeah.
Did you have?
But you know, we had to review, in essence, going backwards.
Certainly.
The work plan is going forward, so if he had put all those things in place, and 3 years down the road, you did another review, you may have had a different result.
Right, and had we reviewed it 5 years ago, we might have had a different result as well. And I appreciate that. And also sounds like I'm hearing a long period of potential non-compliance or non-conformance, but also non-response from the city. Would that be an accurate assessment?
I cannot assess a period of time where I was not in the position of city manager.
We don't have records from our end. So, Mr. City Manager, I'm not attempting to put you in a bad spot. I'm not contesting the findings of the report. What I am looking at is, as I analyze this as a contract, typically there would have been an assessment of the performance, a breach or a perceived breach by one party, and typically an opportunity to cure or to remedy or to seek further assurances, which we do not appear to have done or have offered.
So I don't have any additional knowledge, certainly, since I've been here a week. But I can tell you that, as I pointed out before, the agreement that is in front of you and the current agreement was an agreement that was entered into in 2010. And there are two places in that agreement where there is an acknowledgement of a disputes between the parties, and that the terms of the agreement reflect a compromise between the parties as to those prior disputes. And there's some specific language in that contract. So clearly there has been some ongoing discussions between the city historically and the company and some disputes. And so the current agreement, it was intended to compromise those. And in fact, there is one provision which I will read to you. As compensation to the city for the contractor's failure to comply with a certain provision as of March 1st, 2006, the contractor agrees to waive any increases or adjustments to the rates arising from the increase in tipping fees for the period from July 1st, 2006 to December 31st, 2006. So, you know, I think
sort of a settlement.
It is. It's actually an agreement and a compromise, and then a new amended agreement to move forward. And that's the current agreement.
Okay, I'm sure there will be more discussion.
Thank you. Mr. Wysocki.
To our three consultants, you had mentioned the possibility there weren't resources available to perhaps recycle materials or upgrade facilities. Part of your scope of work was to review the audited financial statements. Did you, in fact, review those statements?
No, I don't believe that was specific to our scope.
Well, it's listed that it might possibly be done, but you didn't see any financial statements?
We looked at their rate adjustments and their rates. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions, council, that you can think of at this point? Because we're going to be moving to motion. Well, I will entertain a motion at this point. Mr. Wysocki, and then we can have comments.
I would like to introduce a motion to accept the final report by R3 Consulting Group submitted on May 17, 2016, and to authorize staff to prepare a request for proposals for a new contract for solid waste collection, recycling, and street sweeping services.
Second. Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Comments, council. Mr. Corsi.
Thanks for this report. It's been a long time getting here, and I appreciate the work that's been done on this. I also want to appreciate that my garbage gets picked up and the bill is low. And I think that that's probably what most residents of Santa Rosa are most concerned about here. But we as a city council are, in our oversight position, are looking at a contract. And a contract is a contract. And it appears from this report that there's been a lot of shortfalls on the part of the hauler. And I'm not talking about cans being tipped over or the lack of uniforms or even charitable contributions. I'm talking about trucks that are older than they're supposed to be, that are polluting more than they're supposed to be, that may be damaging our already damaged roads. And I'm talking about a recycling rate that is hugely important to this community to keep as much out of the landfill as possible. So, those are the things that I am very concerned about. And I just want to say that this isn't about tipped over cans. It's about complying with the contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corsi. Other comments, council? Well, I'll make a couple comments. I think probably Mr. Corsi started out with the observation about people getting their garbage picked up, and I got to say I've just had at that level excellent service. And you're right, though, there are things behind the doors that need to be, that are covered in the contract that we need to be made aware of. And I trust that as we move forward in the remaining parts of this contract, that we can start to address some of the issues and rectify some of the inconsistencies or the conditions that need to be rectified. And it is sad that the general manager is no longer there. I think he was well on his way to making some of those corrections. And so there's a part of me that I'm hopeful that the reality of the service that I've been given since they've started, and quite frankly, I think I've always had good service by the garbage haulers. Never had any complaints. So I'm hoping that at the end of the day, that the improvements that are made behind the doors will bring the standards up so that they are equal to the service that I have been provided as a customer. I never used the phone system because I never had a complaint, so I didn't know about that condition. And there are a number of things, a number of conditions that I was interested in seeing, and as a former business owner and retailer, and I was not operating under a contract, so I didn't have to answer to individuals that were suggesting, or to standards that were suggesting that I was not running my business efficiently because I didn't have X number of managers on the floor. So, but I didn't have a contract, and that's the world in which we live, and that's what they need to operate under. And I trust that they will be responsive as we move forward with the subcommittee, and as the information comes forward, and we get to the corrective action plan, and we'll just until the end of the contract. So I'm ready to move forward, and I think I've said enough. Any other comments, council? All right. It's, yeah, we're ready to vote.
Well, I would just like to
introduce them.
I would just like to add my comments that I do like my regular route person, very outstanding guy. He makes a really good effort. I like the fact that they pick it up every day. But as my colleagues have alluded to, this is not an unsubstantial sum of money in the aggregate, and there are also environmental considerations. And the fact that the constant refrain has been, we didn't get a chance, we didn't get a chance to comment, when the written record appears otherwise, is quite concerning. So I think there's a lot of explanations that need to come forward, and they should be a lot better than the records were compromised 3 years ago. That sounds to me like a lot like the dog ate my homework, in all honesty. This is a big deal, and I look forward to continued conversations.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Sure.
Weishager. Can I ask one more question of staff? As I am looking at this, it appears as though this item may have been able to come to us as we were in a contract, the contract term has ended. Dear council, we would like authorization to go out and seek new participants in this contract. But it is before us as a report on the performance of an existing contractor. By moving into a new RFP and into a new contract, do we risk losing the ability to enforce the terms of this contract, to say, no, we really need you to have complied with and or make compensation to the city under this existing contract?
This existing contract obligates the contractor to perform for another roughly 18 months. And so the discussion about making changes moving forward is about compliance and performance under an 18-month contract. The RFP process is what to do after that. The contractor has informed the city that it didn't want to elect to another extension, and so the city was going to have to figure out what to do with this going forward. So, and I will say that obviously there would be nothing to preclude this contractor or any other contractor from bidding for the RFP for services that would begin after the current contract ends. And so, you know, what we're talking about is what do we do between now and that time?
I understand that, and I think my question is more to the point of, is full and 100% compliance and performance of this contract going to be made contingent on participation in any future contracts? Or would participation in future contracts be made contingent on full conformance with this contract?
I think it would be fair in assessing any contractor who is submitting a professional services contract to look at that contractor's history and performances and recommendations. And certainly if you have your own experience with a contractor, you can look to, is this someone we're interested in doing business with again? So I think there's a certain reality that, you know, if the contractor is doing a good job, then when you are considering them for the next job, you're going to be looking at it with perhaps a different eye than you would if you were completely dissatisfied. But that's certainly within the discretion of the staff, and then of course ultimately the council in approving the contract.
Thank you, and I've heard the mayor's commitment to reestablishing the subcommittee, and I'm sure that they will have these conversations, and I will just offer to the city manager again, this is another of an instance where I think it is fair to have a history with a contractor. And, you know, I've asked for this in other areas, and I know that you're acting on that. This is probably one of the first most public examples of the city doing that. And I think it's fair, and I would hope and expect that it happens more often and more regularly, and that people that do business with the city expect and anticipate that on a regular basis, you know, compliance with your contract is going to be a matter of public debate.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, council, I have a motion and a second. May I have your votes, please? And I have 6 ayes. Thank you very much.
There's also a resolution. I'm also introducing a resolution of the council of the City of Santa Rosa to authorize the city manager to negotiate and award an agreement for completion of a request for proposals for residential and commercial waste and recycling collection and street sweeping services, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. And your votes? And I had 6 ayes. Thank you, council.
5-minute break? 5-minute break?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Item 14.3, report Courthouse Square Reunification Project Update, Expenditure Report, and Master Plan Revisions. Colleen Ferguson presenting.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor Sawyer, members of the City Council. This is the first of several report items to keep the council informed about construction of the Courthouse Square Reunification Project, as we discussed when council acted to award the construction contract on April 19th. As you know, this is a fast-moving project, so the PowerPoint that was uploaded to the city's website and that you have on your devices there was optimistic in terms of what we thought we'd be able to cover today. So the PowerPoint I'm presenting covers fewer items. So I wanted you to be aware of that.
Is that this here?
Yes, the hard copies have been replaced. Yes, it's in the red binder.
Thank you. A news item I'll mention right up front is that the closure of the road through the square is scheduled to take place on August 5th. And this is earlier than we had originally expected. The earlier closure of the street is necessary to keep the project on schedule. Changeable message signs went up today to inform the community about the pending road closure. An announcement was also distributed by the Chamber of Commerce to the downtown business community, and we'll be following up with a press release more like a couple weeks prior to that date to let the broader community know about the pending closure.
That'd be pretty much Don't keep going, Colin.
August 5th, it's, you know, a few weeks away yet. Yeah. Moving on to
Can you give me a minute? I want to rebook my vacation.
So Thompson Builders began construction of the project on May 23rd. So we've been under construction about 7 weeks now. Now, before the demolition began, the art and historic plaques were removed and safely stored. Some of this work was done by the contractor, and some was done through the city's art coordinator, working with an art conservator, a specialty concrete cutter, and a fine arts mover. And then, consistent with the environmental document, a bird and bat expert checked the site and let us know that we could proceed with the construction. Then the demolition and rough grading proceeded quickly, as you probably noticed in passing. Then our survey crews placed construction stakes on the site, and the contractor proceeded with trenching for the sewer, water, and storm drain lines. This work has been going pretty well, with not too many surprises. The exception is the water line on 4th Street on the east side of the square. We found that it conflicted with existing sewer and storm drain lines. The sewer and storm drain, of course, are gravity lines. They're not going to move. What happened was when the lines were constructed and record drawings were produced from that construction, they weren't quite correct as far as where the lines ended up being. So instead of the water line just going through, it had to go up and over and around and back down to get around those gravity lines. So that did cause somewhat of a delay, and also an additional cost of about $38,000. We also had another conflict identified on the west side of the square with a PG&E facility, uncovered this PG&E item, wasn't sure what it was. It turned out to be not an active line, but it did take some time to figure that out. But it didn't mean reconfiguring or redesigning any of the facilities on that side. So the utility work is still ongoing, the underground utility work. Another surprise was that the street lighting on the street that goes through the center of the square turned out to be powered from within the square, so we needed to provide another power source to power those lights on a temporary basis. That was an additional cost of about $8,000. And then converting 5th Street from one-way to two-way street traffic meant reconfiguring the parking lot entrance for the city parking lot 11 off 5th Street. The work turned out to be more complicated than we expected. And so we have an increased cost of about $5,000 for pending work at that parking lot entrance to make sure that the finished product is ADA compliant. Meanwhile, as we reported to during a staff briefing to council on June 21st, the city has conducted extensive public outreach about this project. Notification letters and personal visits were provided to businesses on and near the square. Updated information was posted to the project website, srcity.org/chs, and also provided to our GovDelivery subscribers to that site. Information from the website includes a link to time-lapse camera footage and also a video and photo gallery. Banners similar to those shown on the slide here were posted on the construction site fencing, which I'm sure you've seen. Some feedback received from the downtown community was that the pedestrian passageways going north-south between the fencing and the buildings was kind of dark. And so we did provide temporary lighting along there at an additional cost of about $2,500.
It looks like we've been doing some building behind Courthouse Square that we didn't talk about. It's looking really good. The downtown's going faster than I thought. I have no problem with that.
Excellent point. So the extensive public outreach has been well received by the community, but the level of outreach, it's more than we do for a typical city construction project, and it does come with a cost. Cost to date for advertising and staff time on outreach total about $40,000. Much of this cost was related to project startup, and we expect ongoing outreach costs to be at a much lower rate. So while we're under construction on the project, some of the aspects of the project are still being designed, and one of those is the fountain that will support the Asawa art panels. And on the slide, you can see the current concept for the fountain, which is different from the prior concept. The original concept included water flowing over the art panel that depicts sea life. The new design concept preserves the artwork better by keeping the water within the fountain walls. It provides good visual and sound attenuation at 3rd Street. It eliminates the sloped cobble splash zone that would be behind where we would set up the main stage for large events. It conserves water and could also be constructed at a lower cost than the original fountain concept. The current construction project needs to construct the underground features to support the fountain. So the design needs to be completed now, but additional funds need to be identified to actually construct the fountain and return the Asawa artwork to the square. So the things you might notice in this...
I'll just interrupt you just a second, Colleen.
Thank you. Can you share with me the process, how a change like this occurs? So I know it's come to council with the master plan. Now, someone had to say, yeah, this looks good. Can you share with me the process that led to this coming before council? Who gave the thumbs up?
Right, it's been an evolution of meeting with the design team on the fountain and doing some value engineering. Everyone that we talked to about $1 million fountain and went into sticker shock and couldn't imagine trying to raise that much money for the fountain. And then there were other issues and concerns about the fountain, like the splash zone and the area that would be taken up by that, and people walking around behind the stage and thinking there might be a better approach to the fountain. And so from that value engineering meeting with the design team, this concept came out. It was vetted with the Art and Public Places Committee and with the downtown subcommittee, and everyone that saw this concept, and with senior staff at the city, there was a strong preference for this concept over the prior design concept. And now we're sharing it with the full council with a recommendation to amend the master plan, to adopt a revised master plan that would be consistent with this fountain design.
Okay, and that's very appreciative. And I would really, if there are future additions, having that information that you just shared somewhere in here, it went through the downtown subcommittee, all the other folks that took a look at it, and they were recommending the adjustments. That'd be helpful for me not being on any of those committees, but thanks for that explanation.
Thank you. And then there's some minor changes to the master plan that was approved by the council on April 19th that have come out as we've refined design of some of the minor project features. And this slide shows the current adopted master plan. So I'll point out some of the features here, then I'll show the proposed revised master plan, and then we have just a list of them for people's reference. So one change that was requested by a business was right here. We showed the accessible parking space on the west side of the square here. It meant a very limited area for sidewalk dining in front of this business. So in response to their request, that parking space is moved in the new proposed version of the master plan. This master plan also calls out for historic plaques to be located at this kiosk. At this point, we're thinking the kiosk isn't the ideal place to locate historic plaques, and that they would be in other locations, possibly near this tree and maybe other places in the square. This master plan was very specific to the kiosk. And then this also shows the larger footprint for the Asawa Fountain with the splash zone in the back. And it also,
Sorry, a quick question about the plaques. Will there be, with the Rosenberg gift, is that going to be placed into the new position as well? Is that being kept?
So this is one of the things we were overly optimistic about in putting the staff report and the presentation materials together. We are still in conversations about the Rosenberg Fountain and the contribution and the plaque, and that'll come back to council at another time.
Okay, so in whatever iteration it comes back, there would be information that would give a bit of the history as to why we're keeping it, because it says a gift of the Rosenberg family. So without the historic reference, it means nothing, because there's nothing, unless it's on a fountain that they're giving us, it's just a plaque. So I was just curious where it was going to end up.
We're still working on that, and that's great
Okay,
feedback.
that's fine.
Thanks.
Context is everything. Thank you.
Great. The other thing that's specifically pointed out on this version of the plan is movable bollards here to close off the side streets for events. What we realized as we've gotten input from more people and actually observed how events work downtown with volunteer staffing and all that, that having lockable, movable bollards during an event is not the best way to go. If there's an emergency and the fire department or emergency services need to get in during an event, the bollards are more cumbersome to move than just a simple movable barricade. So what we're proposing at this time is to purchase aesthetically compatible barricades that could be stored in the kiosks and moved out to close off the side streets during events, and they can also be moved by volunteers when vendors are showing up and they've got their passes and they can come in. It's just a little bit easier to manage the events with the barricades instead of the bollards. So those are the changes. So the next slide shows how that gets reflected in the master plan. So you can see there's not bollards here on the ends of the side streets. The footprint for the Asawa Fountain is smaller. We've removed the reference to the historic plaques from the arrow going to this kiosk. And we've moved the accessible parking from here to this location. This business has their outside dining on their own property. So having the accessible parking there seems more viable.
Can I ask a quick question?
Certainly.
On Hinton then, on the revised piece, did we eliminate then disabled spot there?
No, the disabled spot is here on this side.
I just didn't see the designation on the map like it shows on the other.
Okay, it is here.
So it remained.
And it had been located.
It remained in front of the bank.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
But that one, and a prior version of the master plan had it here, and it was moved to there at a business request, and now this one's been moved from here to here.
Has the business where it's been moved to, I believe that's the Rosa, have they been notified that it's been moved there?
I don't think they have been specifically notified. other than no, I don't think they have.
Do you think that might be a good idea?
Yes, we'll do that. Thanks.
Thank you.
And then this is just a list of the things I just went over. It was just in the slides for reference. Oh, tree distribution and placement. I think that's an old reference, actually. The trees have not moved, other than as they needed to for moving the accessible parking. Okay, getting into the dollars. So this slide shows the expenditures to date. In addition to the design expenditures that are listed here, we expect the need for a contract amendment for design in the amount of about $125,000 that would include revisions to the electrical system design, the design of the Asawa Fountain, and also the design support services that we need during the construction stage of the project that were not included in the original design contract. The construction expenditures listed here, the 337,307, doesn't include something I was just notified of today, that there have been additional demolition costs that weren't included in this total, so the actual expenditures to date is closer to $600,000, $581,507 to be exact. And so that's how much we've actually spent on construction out of the original scope of the construction contract. The contingency is for work that's above and beyond that original scope. So I mentioned some changes earlier. That's this $50,000 amount shown here. It doesn't include a pending change order in the amount of about $200,000 for an improved electrical system and for making power accessible at the street lights. The original design called for a couple power pedestals and then spider boxes with cords to bring power to the vendors. As we thought more about that concept and how it would actually work during events, there was strong feedback that it would be better to have locations right where the vendors are parked, basically, where they could access power. And also, again, based on the power demands that we're actually seeing during events like the downtown market, that we needed more power than was in the original design. So the design and then the construction is proposed to provide more power in more locations for this improved electrical system, and also make the power available at many of the street lights, about half of the street lights around the square. The construction management and inspection total here includes the public outreach expenditures that I mentioned earlier. It also includes construction staking, materials testing, and staff time needed to resolve issues that arise during construction.
Can I stop you just for a minute there, Colleen?
Sure.
And I appreciate the up-to-the-minute expenditure report, but what's missing for me is kind of the bottom line. Are we still within the amounts that we talked about to begin with? And is that the projection at this point?
Today, we're within the amounts we talked about. We're under construction, and I really can't project what we're going to find tomorrow on this historic site.
I understand that, but you're throwing out a lot of numbers that this is more and this is more. What I want to know is at what point does that go over what we've talked about? And I don't need to know that right now. You've answered that question for now, but just as we go through this in the future, I mean, it's great to have moment-by-moment numbers, but the last number is the one that we're most interested in.
So just to respond to that as best I can based on what we know today. We did include in the staff report a table that shows the expenditures, and I'm giving an updated number for the construction expenditure right now. But then it showed an allowance, say, for construction contingency.
Yep.
So our 10% allowance is $672,000, more or less. So we're saying we've spent $50,000 of it on change orders already, and we expect another $200,000 for this electrical system change, which is a big change. So that means we would have spent about $250,000 of our $670,000.
Okay. To me,
So-
that's a more significant.
So today, 7
figure
weeks
than-
in, we're good.
All right. Great, thank you.
If I can just ask you to elaborate, and I appreciate your statement, all the water, sewer, what am I leaving out? Storm drains, those are all in and connected?
The trenching has been done. They're not all connected right now. You'll see a bunch of trench plates on 4th Street on the east side of the square right now. We hope to have that work done and those trench plates removed by Friday. We'll have to come back and do a water tie-in a little further on. But as far as surprises during
That's
the
where
main
I'm going. It's just
trenching,
the-
I
it's
think
just
we're
the
past
$37,000
the big surprises there
That-
for
it's
that
just-
part of the work. We still have other underground trenching to do. Sorry.
It's just the $37,000 is the only surprise to date on those three items?
yes.
That's what I wanted, 'cause
Yes,
that's what I
yes.
was told
Great
what the
question.
surprise could be. Thank you.
So with that, it's recommended that the council by motion accept the courthouse square reunification expenditure report and by resolution approve a new revised master plan for the courthouse square reunification project. And our project team is here and ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Council questions at this point? Mr. Corsi.
Colleen, I've been looking at these revised master plans for a few months now, and I'm trying to remember if we didn't already, as a council, look at the revised Asawa Fountain when we looked at the new design of the kiosks. Haven't we seen that once before here?
Yeah, we have. I just was consulting with Jason. I feel like we're going to do a little better job the next time. I think we know what the high points are. I think there hasn't been an official adoption of the revision of the master plan. That's why it was during a staff briefing. Okay. And I think context means everything. So I'll be honest, I was getting a little confused myself. So I think in the future, we'll really make sure that the presentation is talking about where we are, where there's any unforeseens and what, and again, the contingency being the biggest issue. I'm optimistic that this is the last major revision since we're doing that work on the site. The question I think is going to have to do with what we discover underground. That I think that's where you're hearing the team is always going to be a little concerned about what we encounter once we get into certain locations and challenges we have. But we'll talk about this and make sure that it's a little clearer in the next presentation about where we've done, where we've gone to date. I understand the confusion. I had a similar moment right now.
Okay, and I just want to follow that up with, when I saw the fountain on here as a revision again, I was wondering if something has changed from when we saw it the last time, but it has not, correct?
No, that's a great point. We talked so much, not in front of council, about this project, right? So I had forgotten that we had shown the council the new fountain concept at our staff briefing. Of course, the briefing is just sharing information with the council. There's not action associated with that. Now we have a report item that includes a proposed action to adopt a new master plan that reflects the new fountain concept.
Okay, all right, that makes sense. And don't get me wrong, I appreciate more information rather than less, just
And we will try to be more clear about what we shared in the staff briefing when we come forward with the report items. We do have a whole series of staff briefings and report items basically every couple weeks because the project is fast moving and it's important to the community and the council, and we want to make sure you are with us on this journey and are kept informed and ready to make decisions when we need them.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Oliveris.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, it is fast-moving. I think everybody's buckled in and ready for a big ride here, but I also remain sensitive to the needs and impacts to our downtown businesses. So I want to make sure that that communication continues, and I know that you're providing them with information, but I also want to make sure that there is an easy way for them to communicate with us as things arise for them and that we're adapting along the way.
Right, the cards that we have prepared and presented to the community and that our inspector has in the vest ready to hand out do have contact information for the contractor and our city project manager.
Good, so we're regularly out there taking the pulse of our downtown as far as the impacts.
I think so.
Good.
Yeah, and if you hear differently, please let us know.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Consistent theme about all this information coming in, will the information that you presented today, including what you verbally said, some updated information on the construction costs, where would a member of the public find that report? Because quite frankly, I use that. I know we talked about it. I go back to see the report. If we did it on this one, the presentation that was uploaded for us now, it doesn't represent what we saw today. So is that going to be someplace where all of us can access it for that historical context?
Thanks for that point, and we will make sure we post this presentation probably with the updated number that wasn't even in the presentation. It was in my notes on the city's website for the project, so everybody can reference it.
That would be very helpful. Thank you.
With the revision date, so they know that they're looking at the most current.
Yes.
Mr. Wysocki.
Thanks also for the report. The August 5 closure of the street, what's the planning to notify the drivers that they have alternate routes that they will need to use?
Right, so we have several ways that we're notifying the community about it. The first one that doesn't have a lot of information is the changeable message signs that are out there today. We're also posting information on the website. I think it may have already been posted as far as, we had posted it before, yeah, as far as the alternate routes to use B Street or ideally Highway 101 instead of driving through downtown. We do have a press release with the alternate routes included that is proposed to go out, I think, on the 25th. And then we have cards that were requested by the downtown businesses to provide to them so they can hand them to their customers.
So
And
how
fortunately, we have
many-
a traffic engineer
Oh,
ready to
good.
answer that in more detail.
Yeah, Councilmember Wysocki, we have an outreach plan that's ready to go. I provided you some of that information earlier this week that showed some examples of documents that we're going to be putting together. On July 25th will be when our marketing outreach specialist returns from a long vacation. She'll be walking in the door and starting to do press release and direct communication with all the businesses in the downtown. We've been working with them, and they've requested materials and information to hand out to their customers and clients, as well as post on their doors. So we've got something underway, and I did provide something earlier this week, and I'd be happy to provide more information moving forward.
That's fine. I must have missed it. I didn't see it. Maybe it was just the other items, but I'm just really concerned that the drivers won't see any of it, and they'll come up, and it'll be like Sweden switching from the left-hand side to the right-hand side that first day.
Our traffic engineering team is in the process of putting together a traffic control plan that will include specific and detailed detour signs, the black on orange. And so those will be going up from the contractor here over the next week or so.
All right, very good. And when will the side streets, when are they projected to be open? Is that when the whole project's complete, pretty much, or?
I'm getting a nod from our
Okay.
project manager in the back.
That's ways in the distance. As those side streets don't have any mailing addresses associated with them, they're just street names, correct? We're still keeping the mailing addresses, Old Courthouse Square, or not?
Well, that's another item we'll bring back for council discussion at a future time. We've uncovered a resolution from the council, I forget the date on it, 71 or something, saying that the official name of that block between 3rd and 4th Street is Old Courthouse Square. That's the name of that street. And so while we've talked about hitting an exchange, it could be Old Courthouse Square on both sides in the future.
So I think it's somewhat going to be some conversations that we're going to have involving other interested parties, such as the U.S. Postal Service, et cetera, and so forth. And I think we're going to have to bring that back for you for a wider discussion, because what you call and what a street is called may be a complicating factor. I would just say, stay tuned. We're aware of the issue, but there are lots of issues. It may not be as simple as we wish it to call it something and it's called something. You have obligations for correct addresses, and they may have to do with the streets. So we're investigating what the actual implication is, council member. We're aware of the issue. We're going to have to look at that issue, and we'll be bringing that back.
And I appreciate that response. I do know there's one property owner that wants to retain that address at least. He has
And I
stated.
know that that's been said. I think we're doing work about what actually we can do and what we have to do, and those two things may be complicated, but we're looking at it. We're aware of the issue, we're aware of the request, and the staff is wrestling with it.
I would also like to suggest when we bring that back, or when we have that conversation, we might want to use an historical reference as to who actually gave the then town, the square, as opposed to what the proposed street names are. It's not for tonight, I understand that, but I would like that to be part of the consideration conversation.
Again, we're starting to drift into a slightly different conversation. We're hearing that. I think we'll have lots of conversation around street names and and addresses, but it's going to have to be a separate
I know it's not as
item.
important as the water mains, and so I get it, but I just wanted to bring it up.
Councilmember, it's our intention to bring that and start having that conversation with the downtown subcommittee so that the business owners are also included as part of the conversation. So at the August meeting, we'll be starting to engage that conversation with the council members on the subcommittee and the community.
And if you'd bring the historical data or references, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes.
One change I didn't mention on the master plan that's in front of the council tonight is the prior version of the master plan had hidden an exchange on it. This current proposed version does not have names for those two side streets to leave that conversation open.
Mr. Nutt, when people are going through, when cities are going through construction issues that are not as large as, say, the Bay Bridge getting closed, when does Google get involved and offer an opportunity to reroute people while there's construction? And is that something we can do?
Yeah, there are opportunities for us to contact and work with Google. I will say, having tried to do it in the past, it's a very complicated program when you're not the state of California. But yes, we'll be reaching out to Google and to other partners that we know out there that do map routing. It is challenging to get to every single one of them, but that is in our program to try to make happen, especially with the full-time permanent closure and rerouting of the traffic.
Yeah, good. Just curious. Thank you. I think, yeah, let's see, who has this item? Mr. Wysocki. Oh, public, thank you. Getting a little ahead of myself. So no other questions, I assume. I'm making an assumption here. Mr. DeWitt.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. The amplification of that diagram is not good enough to understand some of these things, but the basic, if you look at your map in front of you, this is from a bicyclist point of view. I have some basic questions. Where the bicycle parking is going to be, and bicycle safety for the people that'll be riding up 3rd, then wanting to go through the square to the west up onto 4th, and then the people coming down Mendo over onto the other one to the east and back onto 3rd. Lots of bicyclists go through the town this way right now, north-south, so I'm just real concerned. Also, how the new revised, it makes it look like there's only one handicap spot all the way up there at the north end on the west side, and then there's one on the east side down at the southern end. Is that correct? And then where are the parking meters? How's it going to lay out for you folks to get your funding for the parking spaces? I don't see that in there, and I think that's a pretty important thing. Then those drop-off and loading zones. For bicyclists, that's going to be a bit of a difficulty unless you mark bike lanes or bike paths in a sense so that people will be safe. I don't know if you ride bikes up and down 4th Street right now, but with that unusual parking configuration there, it's a bit dangerous. People just come whipping out and don't see bikes, and you've constantly got to be very wary of the traffic situation. So hopefully they could explain that for us tonight, and we'll be in a safer outlook for the future. Yeah, I just keep looking at this and wondering how this flow is going to go for people who aren't drivers. I know it's set up for the parking pretty much and for the drivers coming in, but a lot of bicyclists going through here need to be taken into consideration. And it would be really nice to see bicycle parking at every corner of the square. If this becomes popular and you get people coming down here, you'd want to have less traffic, actually, and you'd want to have more bicyclists, and you want to have a safe spot for them to be able to put their bikes and have them to be seen so they won't become targets for theft. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Wells.
I am so sorry to be keeping you this late and talking about these items at this time. I was only going to address Councilmember Wysocki's question, and I hope to get to that in a second, which had to do with Rosenberg's identification, and it's very important. The only question that I see from that, as I went up here to look at the schematic, is I'm not really seeing an East 3rd Street eastbound to Mendocino northbound movement. So I'm not really sure, and a lot of people do that, and I'm not really seeing that movement in here reflected, or how someone's going to do that eastbound to northbound there on the, whatever the courthouse square side would be on the west. So forgive me. I'll leave that to you guys, and I just want to address the Rosenberg thing. Mr. Rosenberg was, well, first of all, the size of the community, as I understand, and maybe Mayor Sawyer would be maybe, or Mr. Corsi might be the only ones who really remember or know how small Santa Rosa was. It was 5,000 people until after World War II. So this very, very small community, and yet it had, Mr. Rosenberg had invited a very, very substantial number of doctors here that were in his building, on the Rosenberg office building. So it was occupied very substantially until essentially 10 years after World War II and the construction of Memorial Hospital, and most of the people moved over there. So he really was very substantial in creating, very influential in creating the city that we know in terms of its, you know, along with Luther Burbank. Luther Burbank was huge, but again, you know, his influence was declining in the 20s and so on, or the late teens anyway. Obviously, Mr. Rosenberg, his influence continued greatly in terms of substantially affecting the nature of the community. It wasn't just going to be an agricultural community. It was going to be more of an urban community with doctors and so on. That before that there hadn't been anything. And even when my grandfather came here and he was the first bioanalyst, first person to check human blood, or the first person to test a well for pathogens, that was 1928. Until then, people just opened a book. Even the doctors that were here, they just opened a book and said, well, I think you have that. So these things, what he did was very important. When he invited my grandfather here, when he invited all the doctors here, it was a huge thing to change, and that we still have a great community here. He should be remembered. He's very important. And when he put the Rosenberg department store there were some people who, particularly Keegans, who didn't like that, and they're very influential today, and so a lot of times we forget about the Rosenbergs.
Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you.
Need to interrupt you. Linda, Adrian.
Hi, all. As you probably will consider, I'm going to ask about the handicap parking, because I'm sitting there thinking 2 spots. I mean, that means I probably will never be able to go to an event at that park, because 2 spots, I mean, and I'm looking at them, one is at one end, one is sort of closer. I mean, I have as you can see and know, I have a problem with distance walking. So that's a problem, and only 2 spots, that means only 2 handicapped people can come to the square. And I don't know how the proportion is in regards to how many handicapped spaces in regards to the number of people that an area serves, but it seems to me this particular area should have a minimum of 4. I mean, I'd like more, but I have to be realistic too. But 2 definitely doesn't seem enough at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all the cards that I have. Perhaps we could answer the question about the bicycle accommodation and the number of handicap spaces. Bicycle accommodation, how much bicycle parking is there on the project?
The main comment I have about that is the new revised master plan doesn't have changes in terms of the bicycle parking. It was talked about extensively at prior meetings, and that same parking from the previous revised master plan is in the new revised master plan. And my recollection when we talked about the details of it is that it's ample and well distributed around the square.
Thank you. I remember that as well. And the handicap spaces, ratio, I mean, I'm sure we have ratios that we deal with.
Yeah, based on the federal standards, even though they haven't been certified at this point, they're still being circulated. The current requirement is 1 per 25.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Nutt. Those are all the cards that I have. Bring it back to the council. Any final questions, council? Mr. Wysocki, you have the motion.
I do. I just have one question, and maybe, should the council, the next time it comes back, decide to want to add a couple extra handicap spots, would that be problematic in terms of design, construction? It would be problematic?
I would just say, Councilmember, we can assess that, but again, this is moving at such a high rate of speed. And again, the multiple changes that we incur in the project will escalate costs because it's not one of those, it is, we can look at that issue if that's the request from the body, but I will say that we're trying to, at this point forward, we're going to be trying to minimize if excluding changes from moving forward.
Don't we have handicap spots on 4th in close proximity?
There are some handicaps on spots on 4th as well as in the adjacent parking garage and surface parking lots.
Okay.
And also remember, often when this is activated for an event, all those side streets will be closed additionally because there will not be any vehicle access except for vendor-related access.
That is correct. Thank you.
And there are a number of handicap spots in the garage behind the bank building on the east side, which are closer actually than the other side of the street.
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Wysocki.
I move to accept the Courthouse Square Unification Expenditure Report. That's the motion.
Thank you.
Second.
And I have a second. Your votes, Councilor? And I have 6 ayes, and your resolution.
I'd like to introduce a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving a revised master plan for reunification of Courthouse Square. Waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. And your votes. 6 ayes. Thank you very much. Mr. McGlynn, 14-4.
Item 14.4, approval of Memorandum of Understanding, Unit 4, Support Services, Unit 6, Professional, and Unit 7, Technical represented by the Santa Rosa Employees Association, SRCEA, in affiliation with the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, Local Union Number 856, Paul Carroll, Employee Relations Manager, presenting.
Welcome.
Hello, Mayor Sawyer and members of the council. Let me restart. On April 7, 2016, city management representatives began the meet and confer process with representatives of the Santa Rosa City Employees Association. After several negotiating sessions, the parties came to a tentative agreement on a successor memorandum of understanding. SRCEA has ratified that agreement. They actually ratified about 2 weeks ago. The terms of the tentative agreement call for the following. It's pretty simple. 2.5% cost of living adjustment effective July 1st, 2016. An increase of $50 in the boot allowance. That takes the allowance to $250. It hasn't been changed for about 14 years. And an increase in standby pay to $95, which hadn't been changed since 1999. The contract term will run from July 1st, 2016 to June 30th, 2017. The total cost is approximately $1,078,670, of which $571,695 is from the general fund. You got the wrong one, I bet. This resolution also meets City Council Goal 2A, promote a city organization that is service sustainable and maintains employee morale. So it is recommended by the City Manager's Office and the Human Resources Department that the council by resolution approve the memorandum of understanding between the City of Santa Rosa and the Santa Rosa City Employees Association representing Unit 4 Support Services, Unit 6 Professional, and Unit 7 Technical. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Council, questions? Mr. Corsi.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Can you tell us approximately how many employees are covered by these units?
It's about 440 employees.
Okay.
So it's probably about a third of the city workforce.
Right. Thanks.
Other questions, council? Seeing none, I'll move to, wait, I don't think I have any cards on this. Do we have any cards on this, Madam City Clerk?
I have no cards on this item.
No, I have none of this either. Having no cards, are we back to the council? And Ms. Carlstrom, any final questions or comments, council? Okay, Ms. Carlstrom.
I'll move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving a memorandum of understanding for and on behalf of the employees in the City of Santa Rosa's Unit 4 Support Services, Unit 6 Professional, and Unit 7 Technical, represented by the Santa Rosa City Employees Association in affiliation with the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, IBT, Local Union Number 856, for a contract effective July 1st, 2016 through June 30th, 2017, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Your votes, council. And I had 6 ayes. Thank you very much. We have no public hearings. We have no written communications. Our second public comment period. Mr. Giraldi, thank you for waiting. Happy fair.
There we go. Yeah. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. I'm Tony Giraldi, here representing the Board of Directors at the Sonoma County Fair. The 80th annual showcase of Sonoma County, better known as our Sonoma County Fair. It's right around the corner starting next week. Begins on Friday the 22nd and runs through August 7th. We also have a bonus week of racing after the conclusion of the fair festivities, and that would be the 12th, 13th, and 14th. And on the 13th, that Saturday, we also have a concert by the original Wailers, really exciting group that I've heard about. I'm not familiar with their music, but from what I understand, they have a following, and that's immediately after the conclusion of horse racing. The theme of this year's fair, Lights, Camera, Fair. And it specifically is tied into the movie industry, and even more so here in Sonoma County. Sonoma County has a rich history of films being made and produced here. You'll see that specifically with the Hall of Flowers, the ever-famous Hall of Flowers. There'll be displays of various films that were made here in Sonoma County, including The Birds, Peggy Sue Got Married, Goonies, and even little Little Miss Marker, which is actually filmed at the fairgrounds itself, so that's pretty exciting. There's a number of new items at the fair this year, although I want to briefly talk about what you can expect as far as previous years that will be returning. Junior livestock auction, there'll be 4-H and FFK kids that have been working hard raising their animals, and they'll be selling them at the fair, along with the livestock shows. The ever popular carnival will be there with all the fun rides and games. There's plenty of delicious fair food. Food that you can pretty much only find at a county fair. Also returning after a 4-year break is the very popular butterfly adventures, where butterflies will land on your shoulder and your ear, and it's families really enjoy that. So it's one of the big new aspects to this year's fair is every single night there's a concert. There's free music that's included with the admission. There's no more the Chris Beck Arena concerts where you have to pay an additional fee to go and enjoy some music. Every night at the community stage, which is adjacent to the Mexican Village, there'll be live music, including Cassie Pope, Aaron Tippin, Ozza Motley, Wonder Bread 5, everyone's favorite party band here locally, and music of ABBA will be performing, as I believe that's the first night. So, and really exciting news is the Sara Lee Barn will be finished and in time for the fair. And we've got ribbon cutting coming up on that the Thursday before, Thursday the 21st, prior to the Hall of Flower preview. Real quick, I know I'm out of time. Santa Rosa Day at the fair. It's Thursday, August 4th. Hope you can come. We'll have a horse race named after the city of Santa Rosa, promote Santa Rosa. City staff should have received packets for all of you with some additional information, and we look forward to seeing you at the fair.
Great.
So thank you very much.
Tony. Congratulations on a good and exciting, some exciting changes coming up. So
Yeah.
Good job.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks. Thomas Ells.
Well, here it is very late, and forgive me for keeping you this late. I meant to be here earlier. What I was hoping to do is ask for a moment of silence in remembrance of Sirach Tesfasci. And so I'll try to just keep it. Thank you. Sirach was the man who was murdered here on Riley Street about 2.5 weeks ago. And he was an Orthodox Christian, and he wrote poems. And I have one of them here, and it probably needs a little explanation. One word, his poems are very difficult. This one word, it's spelled here, as I see it, verarium. And what that means is it's like a compendium of editorial critique, one of which would be like the Hexapla Bible that St. Jerome created, and then from that he created the Vulgate Bible, one Bible out of 6. And so it's talking about having a variety or diversity of information. So I'll read it. As does verarium sedates perception in nuances, necessitating shape on the landscape, and morally distinctive in relationship, and imperfect in the natural, and of young wounds prevailing in contrast, treating these elements in juxtaposed of signs repetitious in time. Wow. Wow. And they're all that powerful. They're all amazing. It was a great loss. I mean, he's a homeless guy. He chose not to go home. He didn't need shelter. He didn't need extra coats. He didn't need extra food at any time. He asked for a cigarette once in a while. I think he never failed to give people a smile as he walked around town. I didn't hear a single person who said that he didn't give them a smile. And we'll be the lesser for it. I think, though, he made a great sacrifice. If we think about that sacrifice, he made little sacrifices. I don't need food. I don't need these things. And it turned into a great sacrifice if we remember him as who he was, a kind person, a gentle person, and not deserving of such a horrendous thing that happened to him. So just keep him in your prayers.
Thank you, Mr. Ells. Bob Hanson?
Yes, sir. Good evening, everybody. I agree with you, Mr. Sawyer. That was an excellent way to start our city council. I'm here to talk about the agreement between the city council and MOTS. 14 parking for non-professional drivers. I used our transit mall every day, and the majority of the customers are seniors, disabled, and kids. I hope I don't have to come up here in a couple months reporting on an accident in our transit mall involving non-professional drivers with access to an area that's supposed to be for our police, our firemen, and our bus drivers. MOTS has been given 75 parking spaces right next door in the parking garage. I think once it's my understanding that the FTA has final say on this, and the city council is waiting their decision. Hopefully they'll say no. I think once you start down this road of letting non-professional drivers access to our transit malls, you're opening a can of worms that we're not going to be able to stop. The financial responsibility to the city and the increased danger to our public. 2 weeks ago, I heard about this. I started talking to every city bus driver and Sonoma County transit driver. None of them were aware of this policy being put in place. All of them voiced concerns. As far as I can determine, none of our 3 bus agencies, our police department, or our fire department were even involved in negotiations between the city council and MOTS. Serious questions about this, serious questions. Once we start down this road, it's hard to come back, and I think the only thing that's going to raise awareness is an accident in our transit mall, which shouldn't happen in the first place. Everybody have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. We're adjourned.